Alrighty, welcome into the Bubba and the Bloom Listener League. We are officially
You
live,
are up.
and we'll be putting in our first nomination. We've got Mike Trout here. I'm going to put him up for $4, or actually $2. Oh, draft is actually paused, people. So give me just a second. I've got a co-host with me tonight, Bob Osgood. Bob, how's it going tonight?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. This is going to be fun. I am not in the league, so I'm allowed to just give any and all opinions tonight with no repercussions.
Hey, can't ask for much more than that. So, first kind of nomination, Bob. You've done tons of auctions over the years, and you're a great friend of mine, and couldn't think of kind of a better host to have. First, kind of throw what's kind of going through your mind. Do you think about it kind of before, or just kind of throw a top guy, or what's your mindset?
Yeah, I mean, this is great. Like just going at it, with not one of the top players. I think it's always fun to just find out, if a player is part of one of your targets, find out whether you get him early on, whether you throw a closer or a steals guy or someone from a different pocket of the draft. So I always think that that's interesting.
Yeah,
looks like Trout went for $8 there, which is not a bad buy at all.
No, that's pretty reasonable. And we got Aaron Judge coming out next. I was actually in the 500 DC. My first throw in that league was Hunter Goodman. I wanted to test the catcher kind of price point because that's a different type of format.
Going once.
Yeah, that's another one. Catchers, closers, different areas that you can kind of find out about the draft from there.
Yep, he went for
going once.
Let this happen. Oh, he just went. Ireland is a tough player. This is an interesting and a fun room tonight. I've got some people that I know well, and
going once.
Others that I don't know quite as
going
well.
Twice.
We're gonna hit 47 on that one though.
There you go. All right, so 47. That's going around once. The average here. So
going
see if
twice.
Anyone goes $1 over.
So
righty, I'll take it.
There you go. Now you know what your build is going to be.
Yeah, man. We talked. I had a couple of plans kind of coming in, and he wasn't totally in one, but I don't have a share yet, so that's pretty nice. So how would that affect you now that you picked up a big guy like that as far as your kind of build? I mean, are you laying low for a little while to kind of retally up all your stats, or where are you at, Bob?
No, so I did one of these OLAC auctions recently, and I ended up with Ohtani and Acuna and Kyle Tucker, which is completely reckless and crazy.
Going once.
But, in that draft, twice. It was, and you probably want to, you might want to mute the room in case they're going once, going twice is talking over us. But in that draft, I was okay with going Ohtani and Acuna. And then I just ended up getting Tucker in a price enforcing kind of way where it was a couple dollars under AAV.
And he's been a really good price in my mind. I've seen him go like $32, $33.
Yes.
For
exactly
FCN,
what it was.
For FCN, I write there, and for our VDP, we have Tucker in the top 8 overall, which is a stand, but like after, the top 5, 6 guys, it kind of falls off. So like, I get it too. You know what I mean?
So obviously it wasn't my plan to get a third guy, but once I did, I said, all right, I'm committed to the stars and scrubs approach. And I sat out for a while. I had to buy a closer and a starter, but then I sat after that, and it ended up being fine. Like a lot of the $2 and $3 players that I was able to get at the end of that draft made it, somewhat reasonable. So that's like, I've done 3 auctions, and of the 3, that's the most interesting to me of like seeing how that one, you can go 2 early pitchers, or you could take 3 potential first round players, but you have to have a plan after that. And luckily you can sit out for a half hour and make that plan if you've spent more money than everyone in the room. So I'm interested in the Corbin Carroll price there. So ends up going for 36, not really much of a discount after the injury, but still probably a good buy if he's back by opening day.
Yeah, I think that's a good price. Dave McDonald, I listened to his kind of content with Corbin Carroll, and he's not a huge fan. I mean, you and I were both into it, but it's not guaranteed risk free. So I mean, I like the tiny discount you're getting there, but obviously we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yep. We got Vlad at 33, which is about right on what his ADP has been. Pretty much all a draft season, AAV, I should say. Mason Miller, first closer that we've seen here. So and maybe the number one in most people's eyes.
Yeah, everything will trickle down from here, I would think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Although, maybe if, one of the last elite guys gets thrown out there, he may top Mason Miller due to scarcity. We've all seen that if you've played a bit.
Yeah, there's Zito. Rich Zito, buddy of mine, gets him for $25. Very good. Now you got your one closer.
We got a Champions League member here, setting out here and playing with us in this pool, and cheering on Zito. So got a great group of guys for the Champions League, and he's one of them.
So far, you were really we had one catcher in Rice, one closer in Miller. You're the only one that really, went out on a limb with the Trout.
True.
Offer there. All right, Soto at 40. I really like that price. That's on the lower end. Not by $1 or $2 maybe from what I've seen. Here we go. Here's Ohtani.
I brought him up to kind of quicken up the pace a little bit. He's got to go for at least the Judge price. Oh.
Ohtani at 47.
Now, here's the interesting part. The room is a little bit laying back. I mean, I think there's been some reservations. So it makes me question if I jump back into that pool like you did on Eurolac with Tucker, Acuna, and Ohtani.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you got to look at kind of how hot the room is. Is it a couple dollars over, a couple dollars under so far?
About even, right?
I mean, Ohtani at 47, I think, is a good price. For sure. I mean, I don't know. If I was in the room, I probably would have gone 48.
If you were me?
Well, no.
Right.
If you already had Judge, maybe not. But I feel like I would at least be there, because he's usually one of the first few players that gets thrown there. So here's Skubal. That's another interesting one to see. That's right at AAV 41.
Skubal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
right, that's Bobby Witt. All the superstars coming out here.
Bob, whenever we go into Vegas, when we do those big drafts out there, what do you think Skubal's price is going to be? Because looking through the data I sent it to you earlier, he was, he's about $40, $41, $42. Like, you think that he's going to hit that mid 40s or even higher, or is that a stretch?
I don't know. I think it might be a little bit different in auctions. Like, it might be $1 or $2 more. I feel like you see it in the snake drafts. A lot of those guys get pushed up, but at the same time, there'll probably be 2 or 3 more big pitching injuries between now and opening day, right? Like, we saw a lot of those things happen out of the gate. The 3 hamate bone injuries and a few other things happen, and it all hits you at once when everyone gets to camp. Then there's a little lull, and then you'll see some other things happen in March. So, the more scarcity there is with pitching, the more, at least, in main event season, you see that get pushed up a little bit. All right, here's an interesting one with Kurtz, 24, 25. What do you think there? Is he, he's been a second round value in a lot of leagues.
Until some recent podcasts came out, just saying.
Yeah. Suppressing some value.
Maybe a little bit of mental mind games,
Yeah.
No, I think he's, I think he was a little bit somewhat lucky on the batting average, but as far as the power and the counting stats, I think it's a good buy. And at 29, I think it's closer to a good buy than a bad buy for sure, but not a guy that I'm targeting.
All right, so here's Tucker. We were talking earlier. We've seen some 32, 33s there.
Yeah, some excellent prices.
Yeah, but
I think
bumping up.
Yeah, it is, and that's a really good price, I think, for 35. I think that's phenomenal.
So looking at the board, hopefully I'll be able to see kind of like the full.
Yeah, I'll throw that once we get a round or two more.
Yeah. So I see Reed. So that's Steve Reed, right? Has Ohtani and Skubal. And then we've got Zito with Witt and Soto. So a couple of big buys.
Wow. And he's got the big closer. But we got Connor Griffin up now for $7. He's just kind of marinating out there, and someone dropping
I figured he would get thrown early.
Typically, the Bubba and the Bloom universe, and it's an amazing community. Really good guys in there, very easygoing and willing to share a lot of knowledge. They're a little bit more on the conservative side. The kind of guys they like are a Brandon Nimmo or an Ian Happ, and Griffin, on the other hand, he's been going for $10, $11 in one league. I mean, he is. People recognize the elite level upside this guy has.
I gotta find I'm guessing it was the league that I was in where his max happened. I saw him go for 12 or 13 in one of my auctions, and then I was able to get him for 3 earlier in the off season. And that's really the only share I have of Griffin is a $3 that I got in one of the Olex.
Oh yeah, you showed me that, and I was drooling over that.
But that was on the one where I had bought the 3 first-round players. I was able to get Griffin for $3. So, but then the next week I was in a different one. He went for 13. So
that's the beauty of these things. I mean, you could have the same group of guys. You do it one day, it's the prices are set, and then you do it the next day, and everything's different. Same group of guys, no new news is hit, and that's just what kind of mood they're in, what their plan is, what their last draft was like. There's so many factors that go into an auction. It's incredible.
So, how many auctions will you do total, Lucas?
Oh boy. So I've got 2 OLACs I'm signed up for.
Yeah.
Man, I wanted to do 30 so bad there, but I just held myself back. Let me throw my guy out there, and then we'll continue our conversation. So
I've distracting you. 29 is a beautiful price on camera.
Yeah, I was really tempted, but because I've spent a lot, I'm kind of getting greedy. I want a really good price before I jump in, which that's close to a really good price. But I got my 2 OLACs. I've got my Bubba in the Bloom League, which we're doing now. I've got that 500 DC, and then I've got a Fantrax on base percentage auction league. That's a draft and hold.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's a fun little league.
I mean, the great thing with auctions, and like I always try to have one later in draft season where I'm saying, all right, there's 4 players that I haven't been able to get a share of in any draft yet, especially the snake drafts. Like, let's see if I can get them here. And, those might be the players that I throw early on in the draft to see whether I can get them or not.
Beautiful buy there by Timothy there. He's a good player. That's a really good price.
We're seeing some good prices here.
Yeah, we are. I better get in, and so you're distracting me a little bit too much, but that's okay.
Yeah. Well, Cooney had a grand slam against Boston today. I was expecting to see a little bit of a bump. Looking at the other Bubba and the Bloom auction leagues, that is
that's the best price.
Out of these 10. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
41 was
$2 the best price. Yep. No, good deal. That's a good deal. And this
pairing
is a
that
great
with
deal
Tucker.
too.
That's a nice outfield.
Yes.
So you'll have to tell me who's up because I can see the board.
Ireland is winning Gunner, but now it's Perry.
Gunner.
So yes. Let me I can either do the draft client or we can stick with the board, whatever makes sense.
It's up to you. You'd probably be giving away your queue and your bids too.
Well, I have this other second screen over here, so we're in okay shape.
Oh,
wow, Zito with a veteran move here, kind of throwing him out right on the nose with Freed at the 19.
I'm interested to see where this one is.
Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. Nope. He just flew up to 21. I would have loved to have gotten Freed for 21. I think he's in for a big year. I know he's polarizing for a consistent guy, but I like him.
Yeah, he's okay, so he ends up at 22, and I can see what Zito is doing there because in some of the leagues where I spent more on hitting early on, to me, like Freed was close to the last guy of the SP1s that I was okay with.
And literally in my league that I did the other day, it was him, Webb, and Cease, and I had to get one.
Right.
So
yeah,
and I didn't love Cease. I mean, I did like him, but I don't want him as a 1.
When you're spending on hitting, you might not want to go 26 to 28 on your ace. You might want that to be more in the 20, 21 range. So
yes,
ended up kind of right around AAV there.
There's a really nice pocket there in that price point. Speaking of price point, to get the SP4 in a lot of people's eyes at 27, I thought was a great deal there for Ireland with Christopher Sanchez. I know you're in big time on him.
Yeah, have a couple of shares. Those were in snake drafts. I had an OLAC that he was at 26. I didn't go 27. And then later in the draft, all of the SP1s were getting pushed up $3-4 above AAV. And I was pissed at myself for not going that extra dollar on Sanchez early on. So I think that'll be worth it. Yeah, the closers, especially the ones up top, really seem to just end up within $1 or so of their average. As we see Diaz go for, what was that, 23 there?
Yeah, that was a solid price, but
yep.
Cal Raleigh's another interesting one. He's a guy that, as you know, I've loved for a couple of years, but never expected what he was going to do last year.
No, and did you have a good amount, couple leagues or?
2 out of my 4 fab leagues, but no DCs.
Okay.
So I'll take it, I guess.
I didn't listen to you on Cal. You warned me, and I was trying to protect my batting average in some of those early rounds.
And that's where you've helped me a lot, too, because I'm a volume guy. I'm a 20-20 guy with Randy Rosarena with the bat average. But, I mean, the thing that I loved about him was, 2023, 30 homers, 75 ribbies. The previous, 2024, 34 homers, 100 ribbies. So I'm thinking worst case scenario, you're going to get your 30 bombs and your 80 ribbies.
Yeah.
And didn't see the upside, but he had it, I guess.
You didn't see 60?
Not quite. I had to jump him. Sorry, Zito. All right. Surprised Ricky Zito let me have that one. I thought he might pop back in.
Skeens for 38.
That just felt all right,
So you got, a top 2 pitcher and a top 2 hitter, which isn't a bad way to start the draft.
No, I'm a little worried about my budget, but
Yep. But I mean, these are the kind of builds that you can do in an auction that you cannot do in any other league, obviously.
No, absolutely
goes without
not.
saying. Getting, 2 of the top 8-9 picks in the draft.
Well, plus Ricky's like, dude, why would I want him when I can get a Red Sox? It always makes you feel a little bit better when the player in the same tier goes for at or above the price that you just paid. If they go below, you're questioning yourself, or at least feeling like it left some meat on the bone.
Yeah.
This will be interesting to see what the catcher spend is in this league, because the Bubba and the Bloom universe is notorious for spending on catchers a little bit higher. They're a little bit they're understanding of the catcher market.
Got Raleigh at 28, and we got Rice at 22, which is a little bit on the higher end. But
I'm gonna get me a catcher ready to throw out to test this. Somebody who I don't like.
Okay,
I got him ready.
You're not giving up away much strategy of your auction plans when you say you don't like somebody, because there's 14 other people in the room that can all bid on that player, and we don't know which of the other 200 players that are in the pool that you're going after at that point. So let's see, we had Julio at 38. That's right.
That's good.
On the average there.
Yep, $38-$39. You're going to get your money back, I think.
Yep.
Which is kind of all you're asking for, right?
I mean, especially this early in the draft.
Yeah.
This is not an area of the draft that you're going to be finding value falling, or at least rarely.
Yep. Now, Bob, I'm curious this. I know you've had the opportunity to participate in some good in-person auctions. Like, are you able to find some tells on guys? Is it obvious? Is it more something people just say, but it's not real? What's your take on that?
So my in-person auction, I don't go out to Vegas. I don't do the kind of the high stakes auction drafts. Those are all in the NFBC room OLACs that I've done. But I still am in the same league with my college friends that's in person every year. So at that point, I know those people and everything about them, and have for 20 years. So there's not a whole lot in terms of tells that, I already know their personalities. I can tell whether they're slow playing something or being aggressive about it. But, those are the in-person auction drafts are just the best.
Oh, yeah.
And, I think if I didn't have my home league to continue participating in, that might be enough to get me on a plane to do one of the Vegas ones.
Yeah.
I need that in my life.
Nope, that makes a ton of sense. And that's a different story. I mean, you've played with these guys for a good 10 plus years or more. And
yeah,
you go into a Vegas, deal at 10 a.m. and I don't know. I think that the tells might be a little overblown. I could be wrong there, but
yeah, I'm sure it's not quite like it is in poker. But you know, for me, when I'm in these rooms, I have a lot of trouble looking at anyone else's teams. I'm just focused on myself. Really,
Yes.
the only time that I am looking at anyone else's teams is when we start getting closer to dollar days, where you start looking around and saying how many people have a catcher, who am I bidding against for a position that I waited on. I know that it's going to be a $2 or $3 player. How many guys am I going to be bidding against for that? I'm always interested in seeing the Tatis price. So that was 37.
Yeah, that was
weirdly polarizing. You know, there are some
Yeah.
rooms that love Tatis and gets pushed up, and then there's other ones. You know, I don't have him as often. You know, he had the at bats last year, but
he had the
even
at
with that,
bats.
the home runs were not through the roof. So
25, 30. I mean,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. Just saying.
no, still good.
His plate discipline has gone from a liability to a big asset. So to me, like,
Yeah.
he's not getting enough credit for that.
If he stays on the field again this year, I don't think you can really question it. You know, he missed some time the year before, obviously had the 2 years before that, you know, the 1 year that he missed entirely. But, you know, these guys are injury prone until they're not. And once you're out for 2 years, I'll probably be back in next year.
Yes. I have him in my 20-team dynasty league that I'm rebuilding. We talk about it every once in a while, and I have no plans to move him, but part of me wonders if I need to think about it, because I'm multiple years away. Unfortunately, I took over a horrible orphan team that had like 4 or 5 guys that were in the KBO on the roster because it was abandoned.
Just not paying attention.
It's
tough when you're multiple years away.
Yeah, tough. But 27, he's still got a lot of life left on his career.
So that's a big price on Churio there. Churio going for 36.
And you know,
for Burks.
You mentioned guys that you want to grab up your share of that you don't have yet. Churio is on my list because unfortunately I don't have him, even though I'm very high on him like most.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the benefit of just hunting value rather than having a list of guys you want. You know, you're hunting value. I had no intentions of coming in with Judge, but it felt fine at 47.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Goodman there at 19, so we're not seeing too much of a bump on the catchers so far.
We got a great comment here from John Wilder. Zito is spinning like my wife after a payday. Well, he wants to log out early. That's why, so he can be done.
So, yeah, you got to scroll down there for me.
He's already filling
I just see our faces. I see Witt, Soto, Miller, and then what's below that?
Do you see it now?
No. Crochet. Oh, my goodness. That a boy, Rich. I just love to see this. Crochet, Yamamoto, Miller, Soto, Witt.
So, he said, wake me up in the reserves, baby.
It's, you know, just taking different approaches to build is just a lot of fun. And I mean, this is, well, I mean, you would say he has what, five players that generally go in the first 2 rounds. I mean, Miller almost always does.
He's gonna have to rely on his ability to hit this in game and hit the waiver wire, which is doable. We talked about it. Like you're in a deep, you know, you're in some deep leagues. Like I'm in some deep leagues. There's some stuff out there in the 15-team mixed leagues with no IL. There's some good stuff you can find on waivers in my mind.
Yeah, and that's
a lot of it.
About those DC auctions that you do. You know, that's you probably gotta lower the risk a little bit of having too many $1, $2, and $3 players in those, just because you can't
probably
backfill it with FAB, right? You know, that's your reserves are going to be this 24 through 50 is the same in that league as it is in a regular DC, and you're not going to be able to pick up saves or anything like that. So I like Basayo at $7.
Yeah, that took a lot of restraint for me to sit back on that, Bob. I really wanted to do it, but
yeah, I have a couple shares there, and so there's Neto at 31. So it's interesting, you know, some of those top 10 players went for a couple dollars under. Now we're seeing the second round guys go for a couple dollars over.
This is another one that took a lot of restraint. I wanted to get Woo at 24, but it wouldn't have happened anyways. So what's it matter?
Okay, so
I think I'm in on Woo. I think you're in on Woo as well, aren't you, Bob?
I can't take him in the third round. I'm struggling
I
with
get
that.
man. The only share I have him is an auction for $25.
Yes. I got him at a good price in auction. It was either 23 or 24. And
There you
that
go.
was kind of the only time.
There you go.
But I don't know. I just have like a little bit of worry about injuries with him.
I get it, man.
Probably is true of all pitchers, but he's just like a little bit just from 2 years ago. A lot of the arm injuries, and then last year, even though it was not arm related, he was ended the season hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So, but at the same time, like I get it. Mid-20s price wise, getting 150 to 160 elite innings, that's going to be worth that price amount there. So
now you better. This is a sit forward in your gamer chair because you might want to jump in on this action.
Okay, who is it?
Roman Anthony.
Oh, all right. There we go.
So you're with me. Zito's in on the mix. I mean, we're about to go. We're about to go in. I'm just saying.
So I don't see the player until it pops up on the screen you're sharing here. So,
oof.
Look forward to seeing the Anthony price.
It's at $19. I was thinking about hitting 19, but part of me held back. So
yeah,
I think on paper that's a good price.
Great.
I just didn't get in. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny because the projections do not match what he goes for in auctions, right? Like when you run it through the calculator, it's $11, $12 for Anthony.
Yep.
I feel like he's going to blow that away, and I think most people are recognizing that. There's a lot of drafts he goes in round 5 in snake drafts, and I'd be on that all day. Round 4 probably, in my mind, is closer to where he could go, but I think we could be talking about him as a second round, or he's going to lead off. He's going to hit for a good average. I think that people are, the people that are out on Anthony don't love that he didn't have huge home runs a year ago and he doesn't steal bases. But, if he gets close to 290 and scores 100, 105 runs, like that wouldn't surprise me if he's healthy all year in the Boston offense. And I think the RBIs will be good too, with just how hard he hits the ball. Even if it's doubles, like he should knock in 80, 90 runs. So, and it won't be nothing for home runs. Like I think he should hit 18, something like that.
Really? I thought you'd say more. I'm not gonna lie.
I think he'll get there. I think he will be a 30 homer bat. He's 21 still. It's hard for me to just come out and say he's going to hit 30 this year. Or the last 2 here. I saw Lindor.
We had and this is probably a little bit of a better view. This is fine.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
Yeah, I would say just go back and forth.
I'll go back and forth, man. Hopefully people are enjoying it. There's been a good amount of comments. I'll read them off here once we get a chance. I was going to try to bring some up, but they're not working.
Absolutely. Lindor 29, Sale 27.
I would bid on Schwarber here, but I don't have Ohtani, so it's not going to work out.
Because you don't have Ohtani? I get the reference.
Yes. If you know, you know. I'm going to leave it at that. Hey, listen, even the greats make mistakes from time to time. It happens, man. We're all human.
Well, and there's more utility players than ever now with the DH in the National League.
Yeah, you texted me that. I'm like, man, you've got some serious old school takes, but it makes a lot of sense with the advent of the National League DH. You're like, this damn National League DH is screwing up fantasy baseball.
It is. It is, because when we created fantasy baseball, and by we, I mean people before I was born, there was one utility spot because only the American League had the DH. And now instead of maybe like 2 or 3 that you have to account for, it's more like 7 or 8 a lot of years, the Christian Yelich type situations that we're seeing. So like, even later in the draft, it's tough to say if it's a UT only player, even in the reserves, like, okay, I kept that spot open so that I could rotate players through. Do I want to take somebody that is now going to be utility and lose that flexibility? So,
man, Zito ain't stopping. Another DeGrom at 23. It's about to stick.
Oh my God.
He is he is going in, baby.
This is legendary right here.
This is legendary. So let's count up his stuff here. He's got a 25 closer, 39 crochet. I mean, I love all of his prices. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
He's got a 25, 89, 23. He's already spent 112 on his pitching.
So that was what I was going to say. I'm interested to see what the hitting will look like. I'm guessing he's got a list of $2 pitchers that he'll be okay with, but I'm interested to see the hitting build there.
Right.
Munoz at 21, Palencia at 16. He's been creeping up a little bit.
Palencia.
Once the Cubs named him the official closer there. But that's so Tucker, Acuna, Sale, Palencia. I think that's a great start, and all at reasonable prices.
Oh shit! I was on the other tab when Jordan went.
Oh.
I feel like that was the first mistake I've made on the streaming side, but oh well, man. $21 for Jordan. That is highway robbery. It is.
So that's Ireland.
He's
Ryan
very
Ireland
good
there,
player.
getting him for 21. Got Sanchez, which I like. Lindor. Lindor could be back the first week. And we'll look back at some of the Lindor and Carroll prices that we saw during this time and laugh. Definitely like those buys. And I was able to get Lindor in the third round of a snake draft last week.
Really?
Fifth pick in the third round, and I loved that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with him missing 10 games.
Will he even miss any
in the middle of the third round? I don't know. I'm just saying, even if it was worst case scenario, if you can pair that as your second best hitter and you've taken an SP1 in round 2, I'll take that build anytime.
Yep.
I missed that.
I threw Hunter Brown off the board.
Okay.
I'm not a huge fan. I mean, he's got really good durability. He's got a great team set up. He's got a bunch of different pitches. I just, I kind of just think last year is going to be a career year, and he'll be fine. But I don't know, not an ace for me in my mind.
Yep. All right. 23.
I'll buy him if he has an okay year this year. Next year, I'll be all over him.
Yeah. I mean, some of the second half, I wouldn't call them struggles, but just the strikeout decline a little bit. But
yeah,
I mean, that's really all you can nitpick. I had him a lot. Him and Joe Ryan were kind of targets of mine in the round 5, round 6 a year ago. Ryan's only bumped up a little bit from there, and Brown took a big jump. So I think you're right. I mean, and I think some of it is just my
hell no, Zito. He thought he was getting Harper for 19. I'm like, no, we have to block him on that move.
You didn't want him to be in dollar days at this point?
Well,
there you
he
go.
Needs a few more players. So,
right,
so. I missed Jordan for 21, which I would have preferred to Harper, but I'll take Harp at 20.
Yeah.
But Jordan at 21 is a bit tastier.
And I mean, their AAV is exactly the same, 22. So I think either way, getting that dollar for both of those players, those are good prices.
First base is a dreadful position in like the late part of it. Once you, and this is more in the DC side, like once you get to a Josh Bell or a Spencer Horowitz, I want them to be my third first baseman. I don't want to get a Goldschmidt. I don't want to get a Hoskins. I don't want to get a Romy Gonzalez, even though he's banged up. Like that's too much speculation. I
end up
real guys.
Hoping for Ryan Mountcastle or Paul Goldschmidt as my first base 3 in some of those, and you realize you've really screwed it up, and your top 2 better be good.
And there's nothing wrong with going that route. It's just kind of like I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? Like if I can avoid it, I will.
I have a decent amount of Kyle Manzardo. I feel like he's been a corner on a lot of my teams, and I'm like, all right, if I don't go for it here, then there's a big drop off.
I scooped him up in one league so far, and he was a little bit past ADP. He's not been a target, but I like him. And in an auction league like this, I could see him going for what's kind of been his price? I'll check it here. Like probably like $3, $4, $5.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean he can go cheap sometimes if people blew their brains out at the beginning of the draft. And this is just like Dave Potts kind of player with Trey Turner going for like $25. I mean, that's just value, you know. It's not sexy, but it's good.
Is that I missed it. Did that just pop up, or is Turner
He's
up
at
now?
27 now. He's kind of slowly crept up, but like, you
Yep.
know, I mean, he's gone for 23 in these formats. He's gone for 25 regularly, 26. Like, that's a lot of meat on the bone for profit.
And I always look at what Neto is going for, and it's interesting because Turner early in draft season was going higher than Neto, and that's flipped in a lot of spots, and it did here. Neto going for 31, Turner for 27. And I don't disagree with that. I think I prefer Neto, but it's just interesting how over draft season things, there wasn't any news or anything like that. It's just.
You're saying Neto jumped over Trey?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think
sure. that happened halfway through draft season in a lot of spots where Trey was going about a round ahead of Neto before that.
Yeah. Nope. Yep. I agree. I think people are thinking to the upside, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I think Trey's a little bit like, I could see him having a higher dollar value with the batting average being so elite.
Yeah, and the steals are still there. I finally have located the YouTube comments, so
good. Throw them up there, or Ketel Marte, Bob, is a guy that you've kind of convinced me to go for. I mean, I've had him over the years a time or two, but like to get that 280, 290 average over the 600 or 500 PAs, like you've allowed me to realize how badly you need that to like just boost up your average.
Yes. All right. So we went for 22 there.
That's good.
Yeah. And it depends on the year. And I know that there's some depth at second base where if you wait on it, there are some players. But at the same time, like it's a spot that you can sneaky get the top guy at the position or close to the top guy at the position. I know that Jazz would be one, Ketel two probably this year. But yeah, I mean, you're protecting your average. You're getting a little bit in every category. He doesn't steal as much as he did. But it's not going to break the bank to have Marte at $22 as part of your build. If you take him and a catcher, if you go Marte and William Contreras or Bryce Harper or,
Hopper.
Ben Rice, Bryce Harper, Matt Olson, Ben Rice, people like that. If you take your $42 and split it between a Marte and a catcher or first baseman, top 3 or 4, like, I don't know, that's fine too. If you don't want to go $40+ on a top 5 player and split it up and be near the top of the position in a couple other places, like I've done that as well. So,
yeah, and you kind of mentioned it earlier. Like, I didn't mean to cut you off a little bit, but like second base just has like if you're in a 10-team league, I'm going even harder for Ketel Marte. But like in a 15 where you're going to have weaknesses, give me a give me a Simeon or a Torres or a heck. I drafted Donovan on a team as a starting second baseman and was ridiculed for it. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm okay with it because he's going to be a leadoff guy. He's going to hit your 280 average, 10 homers, and he'll be a solution. Yep.
It's like you can't have everything. Yep. And specifically in 15-team leagues, like, you listen to different people who say, like, I don't know what he was doing here or what his plan is here or her plan is here or whatever it is. And it's just like, well, because you can't have everything. It's a 15-team league. You can't. It's really difficult to be good across all categories, never mind across all positions. You can find a way to do it in auctions, but you still probably can't go after, Aaron Judge and Paul Skeens and then be good across all positions and categories. So you're going to have those targets late. Like it's almost worth spending more time on who do I want at $2, $3, $4. Who's my late throw as a dollar guy before it gets to the reserves. Like spending the time researching that is almost more useful than because the top 100 players. You should know them pretty well if you played last year,
Agreed.
I think that Langford price was good. It
was good. And as I said, sometimes this room can be a little bit more on the semi-conservative side, which is good. I mean, that's going to win you a lot of leagues.
Yeah. Love the Devers price. I am always surprised that he's not going at 20. I know he's in San Francisco, but I mean, did you know he played 163 games last year? Because
I do. I actually wrote that up in an article, and there's only 3 players that have done it since 2000. I think one of them was Hideki Matsui.
Yeah.
And then there was another guy that did it, but it was a crazy, funny little stat.
But even
because he
like
had
the
the
year
durability
before,
issues for years, yeah.
Sure, and like he missed part of September because the Red Sox shut him down the year before. But he was playing through the shoulder injury. I mean, he always plays through injuries. And I think that just because he's going to lose 5 home runs in San Francisco instead of Boston, he's not that much different of a player than he was. He's just at first base instead of third in terms of eligibility. So
I think the average is the concern for me, which is a fair concern, but like I also understand if you're kind of I don't know.
I mean, the average just based off of what it was last year. Because I think generally,
just in San Francisco being a tougher environment, not in the American League East. He's in new parks. He's in a pitcher's park. Like,
I mean, he basically had not been below 271 in a season before. Last year he was at 252. So
the systems are lowering him too, which is a little bit squeamish for me. Which they we'll see. They're not always perfect, but they're a good baseline.
All right, I just missed the last couple. What are the saw Devers? What was after that?
Matt Olson went for 21, which I thought was a nice price, and I got William Contreras for 21, which is part of my plan.
Very good.
I'm happy with that. I'm not
so you've got
doing cartwheels, but I kind of want to.
So you've spent about half the budget. Contreras, Harper, Judge, Skeens.
I'm low on bags, and I don't have any saves.
Well, there's time.
There is, and I like my prices for the most part. I mean, it's all sticker price, but I'm not paying over. And I wanted to jump in on Gilbert because I think he's in for a big year, but I need to be smart.
So you look around the room. There is, we got our man Zito at 63.
I figured you'd be writing IOUs at this point.
After that, 113 is the is Gilbert at 28.
So now that I have my catcher, I'm going to just fling him off the board here, and we're going to throw the goose off. Should have put him for more than $1, but I didn't want to auto my nom.
So is that kind of part of your strategy if it's a position that you think that you're set at for especially this part of the draft, kind of get that money flying, right?
Before the break.
You can't do that too late in the draft, but at this point, you're not going to get burned with anything.
Yes, I'm trying to get this money off the table before the break. I've got my elite catcher. I want to, on my plan that I created here, like I want to get a catcher of Riley, Rice, Langeliers, William Contreras. Like my last one that I want is Yanier Diaz or Will Smith as like my catcher one. Like if I can get one of those, I've at least achieved that. If I can get 2, I don't want to see the rest of my roster, pricing wise, but I'll take it.
No, it's tough in an auction to spend on 2 catchers. It's the same with if you go 2 high closers. Like all of a sudden you don't notice it right away, but as the draft goes on, you say I'm 1 short here.
Preaching to the choir on that one.
It can be done. I tend to. There's one league that I spent up on 2 closers in an OLAC, and I hated the rest of my pitching staff. So
we've got a few comments if you want to read a few off here, Bob.
Yeah, let me. I can't pop them up there, but
you might be able to pop them up in the StreamYard. We got CJ Abrams coming out here, and he's a beautiful fit for my build.
All right, you getting in there?
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it happens, but I like it. Nah, I'm bowing out. A little too high. And that's the thing. Like, sure, I could pay full retail and get him, and I want to be in on more players. I want to hunt for some discounts, hunt for some values, stay in on players, and participate all night. I don't want to pull a Zito and be cooked here after an hour.
Yep.
All love Zito.
Pull a Zito.
Do you ever see any good luck with somebody putting in like a $1, $2, $3 guy in this part of the auction, or does that pretty much backfire, Bob?
I don't know. I feel like if you try to sneak somebody that's actually good right now, there's no way that it's going to happen.
That's kind of what I was going to say, but I didn't want to
I think
give
if
my
you
answer first.
Want to throw like the 28th best catcher and say, I know I'm going to spend $1 on, I'm trying.
Bo Naylor.
Yeah, Victor Caratini, right? Like,
sure.
Say, okay, I'm okay with having him as my second catcher. Yeah, like no one's going to go 2 there. But if you think that, you can throw JJ Weatherholt or something like that and get him by for 2 or 3, like people have money to spend and they're not going to let those type of bargains happen this early. So I rarely do that. Like in terms of how I bid, what you said, if I have a first and a corner, then I'm just going to throw first baseman for 4 straight rounds. Or if I have a couple of starters at the top of an SP1 and an SP2, like I'm going to throw those because I know it's unlikely that I'm going to bid on them. That's really what I'm doing at this point of the draft. Sometimes I could say, all right, I want to see whether I get this guy or not. Like this is an important piece to see. All right, if I get him, I'm going this route. If I don't, I'm going a different route. So sometimes I don't exclusively throw players that I'm not going to bid on either.
But. Yeah. I think we were talking about like, can people tell yourself like, I think mixing it up is good because, you just want to be unpredictable, I guess. So
if you only throw guys that you're planning on buying, then people are going to see that too, because it says it at the top that you nominated the player. And then if you end up with them, that's kind of.
Now here's the interesting part. Like, so if you only throw guys that you don't want, what would be the downside to that? You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't think that there is.
I heard. I was listening to Ariel Cohen, and he mentioned that he was like, "Yeah." So it was interesting.
You don't want to do an Ariel impression?
No. I don't think any viewers would want to listen to that.
Leave that for Ian Kahn.
Yeah, I'll leave it for the legend Ian, who I mentioned in my article that I posted on FTN. So I give him a good shout out there.
Absolutely.
He mentioned that in dynasty leagues, the dynasties are built on a Fab Sunday, and I think that's a good call because that's where you're going to build up your value on your waivers, pickups, and all that good stuff.
Corner at 14 was all right. So I can't post those, but there was a question: is it better to go heavy on volume guys in the draft and holds in the non-reserve rounds and go for more upside in Fab leagues? Yeah, I mean, I would say that in the reserves in Fab leagues, I'm definitely more aggressive with players that, especially in February, if spring training hasn't even happened yet, like I'm more apt to throw 4 darts in my reserves and say this person is either going to be a $10 player by the end of March or completely irrelevant and getting sent down. And then that's fine because you can backfill that with Fab. That gets tougher as draft season goes along and you know more about kind of teams' plans and more news is coming out. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah. As far as like volume guys, whether it's draft and hold or Fab, is that kind of?
No, in the reserves, kind of. I was just saying in Fab leagues that I'm more apt to take shots and say, all right, this is either going to be a player that's going to take off in March, and if not, I'm okay with cutting them. So that happens to me kind of more often in a Fab league than a draft and hold. That I'm going to take risks in rounds 20 to 30.
Yes. That's a big change I made as far as my style of play because like I came up like learning you want a corner infielder, a middle infielder, and an outfielder on your bench at least with a few pitchers, and you want your corner to be opposite of your, either your starting corner. So if you have, 2 first basemen and a third baseman, then you want a third baseman on your bench, and then if you have 2 shortstops and a second baseman, then you're going to want a second baseman on your bench. I think that's highly limiting. I think that's overlooking the best available player, and that's ignoring the fact that we're going to churn these rosters like absolutely crazy. Like you look at these teams later on in the year, and they're going to look like 15 players going to be changed out at least, or maybe 10. So I kind of just shoot for the upside, like you're saying, and it helped me get Jacob Wilson in the last round of my Glarf league last year. So like just shooting that dart, and if it doesn't work out, just change him out in the first or second fab period. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you have 6 out of your 7 reserves that are pitchers, it's not like you can't adjust that before the first lineup block.
Yes. So. Nope. Good call. And you're more on you lean more on the pitching side, which I love that, because you'll show me your teams and you're like, I have Luis and Rengifo backing up 7 positions.
Yeah, I've done that too, where it's like you have someone that qualifies in 4 different spots and say, I'm going to, even if you took them as an active player, you think of them almost as like, that's my backup at every position, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Willie Castro comes to mind. If you have a middle, corner, and outfield, those are you're backing up every position with one guy.
Yes.
And then you could throw shots at pitchers. So I've done that in some different cases.
For the Bubba and the Bloom, they have mascots every year. And some of their mascots have been Willie Castro and Luis Rengifo, because they're like that undervalued, solid.
Yeah. Although Rengifo has not worked out for a couple of years now, if you're trusting him in that role.
That's sort of the fun of it in a way. It's like, we're not perfect, I guess.
Can you pop up the last 5 or 6 buys there on the other screen?
Yes.
I've been reading through the comments. We also have one that it appears you're wearing the same outfit as you did at last year's auction. Is that, can we confirm that?
I think so, man.
Do you remember what you wore 365 days ago?
Well, I believe Aaron, so that's why I agreed. and this is one of my favorite shirts. I love this hat. And
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a good comment. McKinstry was a big-time reserve utility backup last year. I agree. That being said, I think sometimes you can find those guys like later on in the year, and like you can start out with your prospect like a Carson Bench or a Colt Emerson, and then you can dig in and find your Zach McKinstry later on, would be my argument, but maybe you can't find it. It's, who am I to say?
By the way, you're sharing nothing right now. I don't know if that's intentional.
I was kind of.
Everyone's going to look at my ugly mug.
There was good players on the board, so I had to prioritize that over the no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Framber for $20. I mean, that's a good value, I think. That being said, I'm just sitting here on the sidelines, just kind of trying to be smart on the spending.
Yep.
Okay. Let's get this screen. Oh. Alrighty, there we go. Holy cow. The Merrill bidding has gone out the roof. $22. That's, I mean, I get it. He's got a lot of upside. He's got a lot of batting average potential.
Yep. I saw a good price on Bradish before
19.
19. Yeah. I like
that looks even better now that the other guys were in the low 20s, because my DC auction, Bob, I had the plan of getting 2 out of Fried, Peralta, Ryan, Kirby, or Webb. And because I went crazy on closers, I could only get one of them. I got Fried, which I was happy with, but yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
But I got Pavetta as my secondary guy, which he's not been on my radar. I think he's a little overpriced, but I think at $16, I think he's fine.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
No, it's kind of like agnostic to the value type of thing.
Are you what are you trying to show here? Because we're still not seeing it.
No, we're not seeing it. All right. I don't know why it's doing that. I got it to work earlier. Okay. Man, there's some excellent comments here. All right, let's bring this back up. Should be sharing now.
I don't have it yet.
Oh, Helsley's up.
One of the comments says you might have the wrong layout.
Let's see. Okay. All right. There's some great comments if you wanted to kind of throw some of those out there, especially the Bradish one for 19.
Yeah, let me scroll back through those. That is $1 a start per Ben Tidd. What are we thinking that he'll...
Ben is low on him.
Lower volume this year?
Ben is very low on him.
I mean, when he has been on the field, and I know it was like, just a few starts at the end of last year, he's just been fantastic. If you take the rookie season out of the mix, so let me look at those 3 years. So since 2023, 240 innings and a 2.78 ERA, 3.03 FIP, 10K per 9, 2.5 walk per 9. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I loved that he came back and was just himself again. And normally that doesn't happen right after Tommy John.
Agreed. And he's had a few years of he's had a bunch of years of really good production. His strikeout rate, I believe, has gone up 4 consecutive years in a row.
Yeah.
Which, listen, health issues, I get it. It's just, I think he's good.
All right. Ryan Bloomfield says Mr. Bloom is on complete tilt over here. His top 6 targets all went for over AAV. It's an R-rated scene, so you'll have to read me off where his team is at so far.
I will here in just a second. I'm working on what Aaron Gifts was talking about. Last year it was nice because once I had everything kind of set up, it was easy going.
Yeah. I never should have told you to switch screens.
Oh, no worries.
We got John Wilder says, love the buys so far, Lucas. So he's in favor of your team.
John, he's a great guy, and another one that is chopping it up in the Discord every day.
Yeah. we on?
We are back, baby. Sorry about that interruption, folks. We pulled a Luddite type move and just lost the plot. So we've got some great comments to read, though. I can't wait to fire them off here.
Yeah, I don't think people are happy. They're asking for a refund.
Yeah, but we've got a boys.
How much were you charging for this thing? Am I getting a cut?
Yeah, you'll get a full cut of everything I get.
Yeah. All right, you're gonna have to show me about the last 50 picks since I do not have access to the room you're in.
I'll get it pulled up here in a moment. If you want to fire off some of the comments, maybe.
All right.
Maybe after Aaron told us some tips, you can read some good ones. Dr. T had some good ones.
There's a couple of RIPs, so luckily we are back. The game is not over. They were asking for Papa Bloom cameras, which Ryan said they would get flagged by YouTube if you went live from that room right now. All right. I'm glad people are still here.
Absolutely, man. Bubba and the Bloom has got a great community, so they were loyal to us.
So. But it's hard to get any live reactions at this point, so I'm looking forward to catching up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Aaron help us out.
All right.
I need to hit him up.
Now, have you made any buys during this chaos, or
nope? I've just been sitting tight.
Yeah.
For better or worse.
Yeah, you're a man of the people. Working on technical difficulties over improving your auction team.
All right. There's been some interesting buys for sure. Strider went for $12.
Oh my God, there it is. You did it. I see the hitters.
You do?
Yes.
Well, that was Ryan, actually. It wasn't me.
All right. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right. Byron Buxton, 17.
It's good. It's pretty
Your
solid.
Your boy, Arozarena, 16.
I was in on that up until about 16, and then I laid off. Maybe I should have gotten an extra buck.
Those seem fair. There were some comments about Perdomo. So what was going on there?
16. He started off very slow. He was going for 10. There was a second or two left, and then they kind of crept up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just like his career. Popped out of nowhere.
Yeah.
See, Michael Garcia, 24. That's a little bit over, but that's a reasonable price. Yeah, average is 23. That's good. And I mean, he's great for certain builds.
He's a build pick, I was about to say.
I mean, look at that lineup. So, pronouncing this Foraker, Ramirez and Basayo at catcher, has an infield of Vlad, Horner, Connor Griffin, Michael Garcia, and Mookie Betts. So just attacking infield. Has Schwarber as well. Doesn't have any outfielders, but just an incredible lineup so far. You know, at all reasonable prices. I like the Mookie price. I know that people are down on him. I feel like Mookie has big years when, you know, it's like every other kind of thing in a lot of cases. Like a lot of the years that Mookie fell to round 2, round 3 earlier in his career, he was a first-round player. So I don't think he's going to get back to that, but I feel like the year that he's going in round 5 and 6, that he's going to be, you know, maybe third-round value when all is said and done. But we'll see. People are really down on him. Chase Burns at 15, really like that.
That won't be 15 in Vegas. It'll be 20 or it'll be 2.
What if he got hurt? You mean?
Yeah, I didn't mean to be like that.
I think if he's on the field, that he's going to be a monster this year. What was the one right before that?
Baldy went for 16, which was fine. That's a good one.
That was the one. And that's like an interesting. So Agustin Ramirez went for 18 and Baldwin went for 16. I think that's one of the better debates of the fantasy season. You know, those are the two catchers that tend to go around round 6, give or take. You know, Ramirez gives you some more speed. But Baldwin just, coming off rookie of the year, good power, great average. All right, let's look at some of these other ones. Yeah, Duran for 20.
Riley Green, he's just kind of a solid guy at this point. I mean, it's nothing that's going to blow your socks off except for the power, which is a great thing to have.
He's a little more affordable than I thought he was going to be in August. Like he was really on a tear in August, and I thought he was going to be, if he finished strong, that he might be like a third or a fourth round player. You getting in on that?
No, just because I need not that. I need something. Yeah. I need speed.
I need not that. Yeah, 18. I'm with you. I think he's closer to, he goes for 16 in a lot of drafts. I don't think he's that much different than the Roman Anthony, Wyatt Langford range.
Yep. I've heard some people talking about how Detroit is not as much of a pitcher's park as it's theoretically thought to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need someone smarter than me to help me with that.
Well, and I mean, that didn't matter for him a year ago.
True. That's a good point. Some guys, it doesn't matter.
Like he had 36 homers and 111 RBIs. So, and played in 157 games. So I don't know if he does that again, that's going to be worth more than $20.
This is interesting. So I just ran the park factors for 3 years rolling. It's exactly 100, which is 15th in the major leagues. And it is elite for triples. It's one of the number one triples parks, which makes sense because it has that spacious, outfield out there.
So he hit 21 home runs on the road and 15 at home.
I mean, that makes sense. You're going to hit more on the road.
Yeah. So that kind of that's exactly how you would expect to see that split. But again, if he's over 30, that's a good buy at that price.
We have I finally realized who Luck of the Irish is in the chat. It's Ryan Ireland, and he's been killing it in this auction. He did well in surf, and I knew he'd be a stiff competitor, so he's doing a good job. He threw something in the chat FBC side. So he said he needed the instant loathe or love. So here we are, Ryan. Let's see what you come up with here. And Bob, you can see what Ryan did too.
Yeah, so this is the team with Baldwin at the top, right?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of good value. There's a lot of meat on the bone for the value.
Yeah, I like Baldwin a lot. I mean, you got your bags with Lindor, and you could get a lot more than that for the price that. I mean, you said how much you like the Yordan Alvarez cost.
Yeah.
So that's 4 solid bats, kind of as your base. Sanchez is the ace. I already mentioned, 27. I think is totally reasonable there. Bradish, Perez, Munoz. Yeah, really like that team. And I think that it's funny because it was 2 years ago that I was in a league. It was a 400 DC that just the pitching was getting really pushed up. And I remember I was on the 5-6 turn. I took Kyle Bradish and Yuri Perez, and then both of them got Tommy John surgery. But that's
the tough part.
Yep. That was my 1-2. I was at the back end, so you went 2 hitters, and then you go closer, and there wasn't a pitcher there for me to take, and I said I'll wait for the 5-6, and that team was dead on arrival with Bradish and Perez. So it's just funny 2 years later seeing that group paired up, and I still feel the same way about both pitchers.
Yeah, and there's not always that much change in the top 100 players. So there's, that's why Betts has been in this top 100 for over a decade plus now, and he's still got a lot of life left in his legs.
Yeah. There's a request to go back to the room page, but I fear that that's what screwed this all up the first time.
Yes. And I thought that was Curland because he mentioned the DC auction, but that was Mr. Ben Tidd, an excellent NFBC player himself. Very good.
Absolutely. He's point about Baldwin, Drake Baldwin batting second in the early lineups. Some of my early shares of Baldwin, I was happy to see that. And I mean, let's read off the Braves lineup: Acuna, Baldwin, Olson, Profar and Riley is what they have on roster resource right now. Like, I mean, forget beyond Olsen. Just hitting between Acuna and Matt Olson is going to be huge if that's where they end up hitting Drake Baldwin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ben is really big on the lineup spot stuff, and that's good analysis and something I don't think about enough. So it's good for me to be able to interact with Ben and kind of learn from a lot of the great guys and the Bubba and the Bloom thing, because we all just kind of bounce off of each other and work together pretty well. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is the moment where you come out of the break, you're either all gas or all brakes. You know what I'm saying? So it's, with me having $134 left, I mean, I've got some cash to play with a little bit to splash it around.
So you're in the break right now, I assume. I haven't seen anything pop up there.
We'll be coming back in 1 minute, so it's kind of giving us a chance to kind of take a look at some of the buys and the rosters and stuff.
So can you scroll down to the pitching a little bit? Because for me, the pictures block the
Is that good enough
on the left? Yeah.
Or do you want me to throw it a little bit further down?
That's perfect. All right. So we've got Valdez, Cease, Burns, Duran, getting 4 good pitchers there. Mason Miller, Crochet, Yamamoto, DeGrom. We know about that one. Skubal, McLean, Snell, and Bednar. Yeah, it's really interesting to me when the teams spend on pitching in some of these. Do you keep going with that? Do you get one more starter? Are you done until the end of the draft and go all $2-3 ones? Which is what I've done when I bought 3 or 4 early pitchers. I shifted to hitting, and then see what I can get for $3 or $4. You might be able to sneak a $7 SP4 in there before that. Looking on the right side, Hunter Brown, Hunter Green, Aroldis Chapman.
Which roster were you talking about?
I was just talking in general about if you spend early on pitching. At that point, I was the Skubal, Bednar, McLean, and Blake Snell.
Yeah.
I just think that I would love that start. And I know that Snell, obviously, they're slow playing him a little bit. But when all is said and done, is that 13, I think I see? I don't know. I'd be fine with that. And I'm normally not a Blake Snell guy, but as I see him falling around 10 and 11, I'm more inclined to take him because I don't really care where the 120 to 140 innings comes from. They're probably going to be really good.
Yep, agreed. And that's again where I go back to at-bats, plate appearances. That's correlated to success. Innings pitched, not so much.
Yeah. So if
you're
my third starter, I feel better about it than taking him as a second starter in round 7 or 8.
Yeah, that makes sense. I do think that this injury for Blake Snell limits his upside because obviously we knew he would only get himself 120, 140 innings.
Yeah.
But now it might be 60, it might be 80. So he's already capping his potential a little bit. But that's baked in a little bit too. So I like the price.
It's tough to really know whether it's an injury or whether it's because he threw so many innings in the playoffs. And, when I was watching him in the World Series throwing 110, 115 pitches, I'm like, nope, I'm out on this guy next year.
Yes, agreed. And that's a fair point on the fact of whether it's injury or it's management or whatever.
Yeah.
We are not rolling. Let me hit Jeff on the Discord. Jeff said that we were rolling. We're not, though.
All right.
Oh, shoot. Is it rolling? Am I not refreshed? Okay. Yeah, Jeff probably thought that he restarted the draft, but he didn't.
Yeah, because nothing's popped up in terms of players getting bought up there.
Oh, now it's rolling. He must have just cleaned it up.
So there's a question about how you would rank the top 3 catchers.
Okay.
Who we like is C2.
Let me throw out my buy here real quick.
Yeah. So I feel like if you ask three different people, you get three different answers between Contreras, Rice, and Langoliers. Well, I guess that's after Raleigh, so the second catcher.
What's kind of your order, Bob, just off the dome?
I have Rice at the bottom of the list just because I just need to see it for a longer period of time.
And that's reasonable.
I get it. I get the StatCast, and I don't know. This part of me that saw him sit against a lefty in game one of the playoffs.
Yeah.
It sticks with me a little bit. And they say they're not going to do that much this year. But I don't see that risk with Contreras. I've taken him.
Yep.
I have a good amount of shares of both Contreras and Langolier, so I think it's kind of a toss up there. More often I've gone the Contreras route, so that's like a 2A, and Langoliers is a 2B. But it's really build specific. Like there's been teams that I said, all right, I could use a little more home run pop, and I've gone Langoliers.
And I think for me, I'm Cal Raleigh, obviously, and then I'm King William for the consistency.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to the Rice for like he could pull a Cal Raleigh and hit 45 bombs.
Yeah.
I know that's a little hyperbolic, but I think he can do it.
Yeah, I get a. Oh, Esteves going for 10. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because,
that's not a bad price. That's reasonable.
Yeah, like I've been out on him at cost, but I'll take a closer at $10 any day that I know has the job.
That is the cheapest
velocity's
price.
Been down a little bit. Yes,
that is the cheapest price he's gone for in the Bubba and the Bloom universe.
Yep. So
good price for Reed. If he gets you 20 saves, you've already paid it off. If he gets you 25, 30 saves, you're doing car wheels.
Yep.
And Reed came out hot. He purchased the first two players out of the break, which is kind of what I said. Guys are going to come out all gas or all brakes because they've had a chance to formulate their plan. Well, yeah.
Sometimes you can get a really good buy right after the pause. There's Stott going on the higher end, but I do like where Stott's going.
Damn it. Papa Bloom got me on Sal Perez, one of my all-time favorite players. I'm going to let him have it. $17 for the big man.
You're just afraid of the repercussions in the comments if you don't.
Well, I need a doctor on staff to take an old on him like that, but no, just kidding. My budget, I'm really being cautious.
Yeah. So you probably scroll back up so that we can see the names at the top there.
Got you, brother.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know. Out of that group, that Baldwin, Augustin Ramirez, Sal Perez, they're all kind of the same amount. Guess maybe slight edge on Baldwin there.
Baldwin's got the most elite batting average, doesn't he, Bob?
He does. I think he was close to 280. I know he hits the ground ball rate is high, right? Yeah, he was 274. But like 80 RBIs and 405 at bats is really impressive. Soderstrom there.
Sodi.
16.
How much extra value does a player get if he has two positions of eligibility, Bob?
I guess like $1 or $2. I really don't. I look more at like what the more scarce position is. Like Rafaela, I'm going to look at what would I pay for him as a second baseman.
Okay.
I'm not adding
going crazy
anything because he has I like the fact that he has second base and outfield that you can make that switch in a pinch. For Soderstrom, I feel like first base and outfield are just kind of almost similar in scarcity. It does, I'd say like $1 to give you that extra flexibility, but
yeah,
I'm more focused on just like who the player is, especially with who the base guys on my teams are going to be.
I just wanted to ask. That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why I love talking to you. It's very.
You factor that in
a little because, like you said, like $1 or $2, and to me, there's some stages where it's going to help you. So it's going to help you in the draft because you can pick from a deeper pool. It's going to help you when you're setting your lineups because you can jam in the most optimal players based on schedule. So, like if you have more 4-game guys, you can kind of fit that in, and then it's going to help you on waivers because now you can pick up kind of whatever you want, and it's going to allow you to have more pitchers on your bench. So, like maybe more than $1 or $2.
But my point is, like, I'm more apt to prioritize that later in the draft. A guy that might have been a $1 player with one position might be a $4 player if he's got middle, corner, and outfield.
Like that's maybe
that's valuable if it's at least someone you consider to be a starting player.
Kind of like a Colt Keith, maybe.
Yep, that works.
Or Keith Colt, if you're asking Justin Mason. He kept calling him that, and it was Justin. Also, he mentioned Owen Cassie, but he kept calling him Lassie like 3 times. And then Jason Collette was like, "Okay, dude, I have to stop you here. You keep saying Lassie," and it was absolutely hysterical. I'm just like, so it was very funny.
Luis Robert at 15. I'm not in on Robert, but I just feel like that's going to be one of the most interesting. As you said for some guys earlier, like with Burns, he could be a $30 player, he could be a $5 player. So it's like, how many risky players do you have in your lineup?
Yeah, I was batting on him on.
14, you got Will Smith.
Yeah, I got Will Smith. I'm happy.
There you go, $35 for your catchers. I mean, you'll be well set there. Ryan Bloomfield says, Pop's thrilled with the Salvi buy. First time he's been happy all night. So that's good. He did a nice thing there. And then you still got Will Smith anyway.
Yeah. And Bubba doesn't like Will Smith. And I do agree that his upside is capped with the non-DH, no DH. But and his batting average was in the 240s, 260s before. But he's going to not hurt your average and probably will help it a little bit. And I like it.
All right. So we've got.
And I just got Fairbanks for 14.
Fairbanks. Yeah, so I was going to say, that's kind of that next group of closers. We talked about the ones that are in that 22 to 24 range, and it really stays close to that. This is the next group. You'll have Fairbanks, and you'll see Cincinnati.
He went.
Closer. Okay.
He went for 15, I believe.
Yeah, Palencia, he went for a couple more. Like we said, he's got the job for sure now. Cruz at 14. It's another one. It's just, based on the rest of your build or how you're going to build after that. If Cruz's average hurts you a little bit.
John's gassing me up, trying to put me in a good mood with my catchers.
I mean, I think your reply is fair there. 1,000 plate appearances. Even though they sit Smith a game in a lot of those 3-game series, he's still going to play 125
You're going to get your
times. Yeah, and he's going to do what he always does if he's on the field.
I'm happy that
Contreras will play every day. So
I'm not opposed to playing in the Harry Fords and the Bo Naylors and all that, and I think there's some good stuff down there. But now I don't have to do that.
Yeah,
barring injury.
Yep.
So not too bad. And then honestly, man, in my mind, I had a good, for me, elite closer, $20. If you can get one for that price, you're in a good spot.
Yeah.
They were going just a hair over that. And I think because of that, I was getting a little bit greedy. I wanted a better deal than $20, which was probably stupid. So getting Fairbanks at 14, some may view that as a liability. I mean, it could be, but I feel like I have $20 allotted. So now I can kind of shift that around.
If there's one thing I've learned from auctions this year is that I just get shut out of anybody that I think is a reasonable buy a closer. And I don't know if that's the drafts that I've been in, because I mean, the AAV is the AAV. They're going for that in most of the drafts, but I don't know. Once a few are off the board and you think, okay, there's 2 more that are in this tier. There's only so many closers to go around. And someone just ends up getting shut out. And that's, I've left 2 of my 3 auctions with 1 closer that I trust. So,
the guy that I wanted, because I don't have him in any leagues, and I think he could be in for a 50 save season if he hits his 99th percentile, is Duran of Phillies. I wanted him. I just didn't want to go 22. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I believe he went for $22 if I can find him. Yeah, 20. Yeah, he went for 21. So that was an excellent price for.
That's a great price. Absolutely.
For Team 3 Perry.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him being the number 1 relief pitcher. He's on a great team, and he's got great stuff.
Agreed.
All right, there's Zito jumping back in with a $10 Josh Hader.
He was stuck on $3 for a while, and I didn't have the guts to bid him up.
Yeah.
I was worried I would get him. Meanwhile, I took a guy who pitches like 40 innings a year in Fairbanks, so what do I know?
He's I have a lot of Fairbanks, so I'm with you there. I just think the cost is fair, and I feel like Miami. I mean, they spent up for him,
yep.
You know, and there's in my mind no one else to compete with him there. Whereas there is a Sheehan at 16. There are some of those other ones where you say, okay, you know, if this guy struggles out of the gate, he could lose his job in the first month, but I don't see that in Miami. All right, so let's look at some of the
Zito, just to give a State of the Union here, Zito is officially ready for lapping season. So I just wanted to announce that.
Where is this?
This is in the NFBC chat.
Oh, okay.
Somebody asked what lapping season is. It's when a guy hits a home run in the first game of the year, and then people start acting like they quote unquote called it and called this and called that. So
yes,
that's when screenshots are taken silently, and then they're revealed whenever the person is
it's
horrendously wrong.
April victory laps rarely work out, especially if you post it on the internet. Which is why I really don't tweet. You know, I post my articles and my podcasts, and then I keep my thoughts to myself, probably because they'll all come back to haunt me. Bubba Bloom Pod. I physically removed my dad's hand from the mouse when he wanted a +1 hater.
Man, this is like a sitcom tonight, and I just scooped up Hoffman, which I'm happy with as well for 14. So
okay, so that'll be I mean, fair prices on both of those. Both, you know, have some risks. That's the reason why they go for 14. Like, you know what they are. You know, a little bit of health, a little bit of Hoffman probably, if he's in the group of if he started slow, he could lose his job, but should get some leeway. Oh, Seager. All right, talk about this, Lucas. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so like if we're looking at the top 15 best projected WRC pluses, Jordan is number 3 and Seager is number 13. So
yeah,
for $14, this is a guy that he could potentially hit a 300, 30 season. Now I'm limited because my bags in the middle infield / shortstop spot are hurting, but this is where I'm going to trust my ability to kind of resolve this problem of not having bags up the middle.
Yeah, you'll have to think about that, but I wouldn't hesitate to go 14 on Corey Seager, and I have. So I have a couple of shares. Same thing. You know what you're getting in for, like 120, 130 games, but they should be, elite. You know, not elite anymore, but really solid. True. And, you know, those are all good buys. I mean, after you spent early, you need to then shop in that $14 range, and you bought 4 players that are $14. So
yeah, I didn't even notice that, man. I just liked who I got, and it worked out okay, I guess. You know, I think, and this is, you know, this could go horribly wrong, but I'm pretty happy with Hoffman and Fairbanks as kind of those 2 kind of just good, solid closers that I trust. You know, could be famous last words, but I like them both a lot.
Yeah. Feels like a good price for Noelvi. 10. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's with the double, double eligibility. I mean, I like it too.
No, I like that too.
Just got outbid on Keishel. I had $10 on him. He was going to fit the build with the bags, but somebody Cardinal went up to 11. So,
okay.
What's Cardinal cooking? He's up for nom. He's got no backstops, but he's got a $21 Matt Olson, which sounds like a wonderful value. At $11 Keishel, a $31 Neto. That's good.
Yeah.
$22 Langford. Langford's going to go higher than that in the big leagues. And he's got Reagan's, Ryan, Iglesias Sheehan. So he's an upside guy, and listen, you got to have some upside to win. I like it.
Well, so I mean, in the big leagues, the pitching gets pushed up a little bit. I don't know. You think some of the kind of trendier second, third year hitters are part of that group too?
Like on the push up?
You said that Langford will go for more than 22.
I was
Some big draft.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think so. Because he'll fit any build.
Yeah.
Other than batting average, he's good everywhere. And I think teams are going to look at that and say, I'll take a chance.
Yeah.
That could be faulty thinking, but I think he's going to be an attractive kind of name, especially if he has any good performance. He'll even get tilted up higher. Oh, Sonny Gray's going. This is a room where Sonny Gray is loved and appreciated.
Oh, interesting.
Yep, 14 for Zito. That's solid. I mean, I love Gray myself, so I can't disagree there.
All right, so how's Zito look? He's got $53 left, and he's bought 2 hitters. Am I seeing that right?
$53, and he has 2 hitters.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
I'm looking forward to this. We got what? So Reed is the low man now with 27. That was the pitching staff that I really liked, and then we got Ohtani, Rooker, Bellinger.
We got a Kinley out here.
Suarez. So, has spent, but it's a lot of top pitching and a lot of thump.
Now Kinley's going for 11. I'm kind of questioning if I shouldn't have been so aggressive getting my 2 closers, because that's a nice price there for Timothy.
Yeah.
I like that, man. He's always got the ball in the 9th inning, and I think that'll continue.
Yeah, so the average has been 13 across all those drafts. So, yeah, that's on the lower end.
That's a good value. A good perceived value, if we want to be technical Tommies.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's just kind of...
Yes.
Until he doesn't do it, we just have to... He's got to be in that price range. And he did drop down. Was it last year that you could get him at some... I don't know if he signed late, but there was one year you could get him at a really good price.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Yep. Let's see.
Ryan
we got a Lodolo out here now. He's kind of a buzzy name, man. He finally kind of put it together for a semi-full year.
Yeah. So what did he miss time with the blisters? Was it
maybe a blister? Yeah.
Yeah. It was 156 innings that he threw. So stayed in the field finally for most of a whole year. Made 28 starts. For me, and I owned Lodolo in a couple spots last year. Okay, so 15.
Did you? I didn't have him last year for the first time in a while.
Which is a good price. And it was like, overall, obviously, I was thrilled with where I got him. 3.33 ERA, but the Ks were down, which surprised me. Like, he didn't even strike out a batter an inning. And he always felt like, at least, when he first came up, he was a heavy strikeout guy.
Maybe that allowed him to get through the inning a little bit quicker and have less tired, not tired out as much.
Yeah. What was that Wheeler price?
$12. He was thrown out at 11, which is his AAV. So I think Comprod was going for a freeze bid of, listen, better come get me because I'm throwing him out at 11.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's some good strategy bidding like that. I'm seeing more round 8, round 9, Zach Wheeler, especially as they're not ruling out April at this point.
There was some news on him over the last few hours. I don't know if you saw.
No.
He's going for a normal buildup.
Yeah.
Early April is possible to return.
So
if you got in and you took advantage of the uncertainty, there's some potential there.
I know. I got a share last week. I was just like, it was at a spot I was comfortable with, and I was like, I'm going to be pissed if I totally miss out on this guy because, he's been a big part of many of my teams in recent years. There's Rafaela.
So I'm going to just throw out some catchers because I've already got mine. So I'm going to let everyone else fight over them.
Yeah. Love that Rafaela.
And now I can check my spreadsheet here. I can go to my tracker and make sure it's up to date. I mean, this allows me to just take a breath. I can't bid on them. Don't want them. I mean, I do want them, but I don't need them.
All right, so we got one player with more than 100. Perez still has 132, so see if there's some spending there. Most of the teams are between 65 and 82.
Perez is holding that big fat hammer.
Yep.
Have you seen any news on a Biery?
What, like today?
Mm-hmm.
I saw him hit the food truck.
I see that here that he's nursing a thumb injury. I don't know how bad that is.
Okay.
It kind of scared me off a little.
Took out a food truck and went out and signed it.
That was
place
dope.
That he hit.
I watched him in St. Louis, and he's always been a fan favorite, very interactive, very high energy guy. He's gonna really invitalize that roster. You guys never had him in Boston, I don't think.
No.
You had him in New York. He was in he's been a handful of places now.
Yeah. Solid outfielder 5, like most years.
By the way, that was almost an elite bid on Swanson because he was at 11 and it was at 1 second left and he got jumped up by $1. So that almost worked perfectly for Ireland.
There you go, yeah. I mean, and 12 is a good price too.
Really good price.
Kind of in that Bryson Stott type of profile we were talking about earlier. But
if I didn't have Seager, I would have been all over that instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd want to go middle yet?
Just like I have pitching to put in. Like I'm getting Glasnow for 10. We'll see if that lands. This is dangerous, Bob. I'm actually in on Glasnow this year, so this is not going to end well.
Yeah.
He's cheaper than ever, man, and I don't think he's that much worse. And he's on a great team, give it a shot.
Yeah. I think you know how I feel about Glasnow, which is what I've been out on him for a long time. But it was, 2 years ago that he was coming off of like 100-inning season or something, and I was seeing him go in the back end of the first round in main events and stuff, and it just blew my mind. It was like this guy's literally never pitched the number of innings that will get you a first or a second round value. True. So to your point, the last 3 years, 120, 134, and 90 innings. So
kind of a buy the dip type of deal,
What do you what'd you get him for 9?
10.
10, yeah. I mean, what do you need to make that worth it? 100 innings?
I was thinking like 80 innings, and then I can just play off waivers.
Okay.
The question
if
is,
that's all you're expecting, then sure.
The question is like, when he gets hurt, am I going to drop him or am I going to have to hold him until August, September type of deal? That's the question.
Yeah. Yep.
So we'll see. I'm just looking at it, price to upside ratio, and I think it's an interesting deal, and it's a quality per inning type of deal.
Yeah.
But it's not for everyone. A lot of people would get a lot of heartburn from taking.
No, you can't put Snell and Glasnow on the same fantasy team, and the only reason you can't on the real life team is because they have 10 pitchers in their staff, and even guys like Gavin Stone and River Ryan that'll pop in for 5 starts at a time. Correa for 3. Now, Correa is one of those, right? Like middle corner.
Yeah, I texted you about him in a DC, and he's a DC, type of guy for me more than a regular Fab League. But it doesn't mean he doesn't have a place. He's not like a target per se.
Sure. He's probably a $1 or $2 player that goes for 3 because he's got the extra eligibility. So that's a good example of that.
Yep. And that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
So without giving too much away, is there anyone that you're interested to see, like that has had a big change in, their role or an injury or something along those lines? Like, what this guy would go for. There's been some big news in the last few days.
Joe Ryan, I was a little slightly concerned to press an extra buck on him.
Yeah.
Just because I want to see him come out of that bullpen clean.
I was going to say Jackson Holiday.
Yeah.
I think he's really interesting, right? Because, he's part of that group that we talked about, Carroll and Lindor. You talked about those early in the draft, but, Jackson Holiday had a lot of helium in some of the earlier auctions that I was in. He was going for, I want to say $12, $13. You look at the last 10 or so auctions in these Bubba and the Bloom drafts, there's a lot of $3. Looks like when he first got hurt, somebody got him for $1. There's some fives recently. Pepio, that's always a good buy. 15 feels fair. Getting out of the minor league stadium he was throwing in a year ago. Wheeler would have been another one that I would have put in that list with Jackson Holiday of, is the good news enough to kind of bump him up, but he went around AAV. Altuve at 12, got that middle outfield, great eligibility. Woodruff's another one. I don't know if is Woodruff gone yet?
He is not.
Okay, so that's another one, right? Maybe less likely for opening day, slower ramp up. How does that affect things?
Yeah, he's a little bit similar to Glass now
recently. Yeah.
And that's where I would want one of those types of health guys. I wouldn't want much more than that. Like I think one's fine.
Yeah.
You are asking for a little bit of trouble to get multiple.
Yeah. And I sent you one of my drafts the other day that had Woodruff and Snell on it, so I'm being a total hypocrite with this, but is Mizorowski at 11.
And the pitching prices have yet to come to a great bargain. I'm kind of happy to get that Glass now for 10 because they're kind of a little higher now.
Yep. Rasmussen's been bumping up in recent drafts. A lot of positivity around that name.
Yeah, there has been. I still am worried about the health. He's had a lot of elbow surgeries over the years. A lot.
Yeah.
I think he might have had 3 UCL PRP or 3 UCL reconstruction surgeries, I believe.
So
that's like
it almost feels like
a cat with 8 lives. Yeah.
Glasnow and Rasmussen are like a reasonable comparison in terms of their innings output throughout their career, and just Rasmussen's finally coming off of there's Woodruff at 8. I mean, that could be a great buy.
Woodruff at $8.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a really good.
If I didn't have any risk in my staff, I'm going 8 on Woodruff in an option.
That's due to a video that came out the other day. Which, listen, we all knew he wasn't going to give you 30 starts. Yeah. Everyone knew that.
Even with it's kind of fascinating. He comes back throwing with less velocity and has 11.5 Ks per 9 in 12 starts. A 3.20 ERA and goes 7-2. Like, it's just, regardless of his velocity, he comes out, he's throwing an average of 93 when he was a 96, 97 guy before the surgery, and still was great. So he knows how to pitch. He's not a thrower.
How do you? Oh, yeah, you answered my question. So, yeah, just the pitching mind that he has and the ability to kind of spin the ball and manipulate it in different ways, you think allowed him to survive at lower velocity?
Yeah, I think that he's got a good arsenal and has great command and never walked guys. Like, he didn't walk guys last year and he didn't at his peak. So I think that, certain guys can just kind of figure that out later in their career. Like, if you've got the command, you can pull it off.
Yep, that makes sense. He's been around the block. This could be a phenomenal value here with Yelich and having some teams kind of already clogged on their DH and some teams kind of limited in their budget. And he's going for about par, roughly. Somehow Zito can get in on this.
Sometimes the UT guys that go later in the draft, you can see some bargains. More teams are blocked out.
Speaking of UT guys, how would you kind of facilitate with Ivan Herrera?
So he's catching this week, I guess. Which,
wow, that's
just
shocking.
The fact that he's getting behind the plate in a spring training game, to me, is a sign that he should pick up eligibility, like even if it's in May.
Mm-hmm.
It's tougher in an auction because you got to buy him and then you got to buy two catchers, and
right,
the third catcher that you buy probably be a $1 guy.
It's kind of like a 6-man bench in a way, no?
Yeah, it just limits you a little bit in that format, but at the same time, like, I don't know. Let me pull his page up. I mean, he's a really good hitter. Like 107 game, 284 average, 1966, grabbed 8 bags. Like, I don't know, if he runs that back, like, you're fine with it. So
that's true.
I don't know. I'm just saying it's slightly tougher in an auction to pull off. But really good player, and I think it's a good sign that he's catching in spring training, because there was a lot of talk about that, but until you see it happen, there's other catchers like that. Moises Ballesteros in Chicago, he's UT only, and he slides in a lot of the DCs for that reason. Clean at 6. That's, he's on that list of, I'm really interested to see, one, can he stay in the field? And if he does, can he, get back to where he was after just coming out of the gates really hot as a rookie? Is Abreu, the closer, gone yet? Or is it just Hader? We saw Hader at 10. Okay. That's another one.
I just grabbed Matty Chappers for 8, so I'm very happy with that.
Yep.
He's a big target for me this year just because he's kind of forgotten about this year, but he's still that solid volume guy.
Yeah. And that's, you got a couple dollars of value there from what he's been going.
And in an OC, like, if I had him as my third baseman, I would view that as maybe an area I need to stream or upgrade or whatever. But in a 15, I'm just going to put him inside and he's going to do his job.
Yeah, 12 versus 15, huge difference there.
Yes. Now, again, I'm looking at my bags here, and I have a really big hole to fill.
Yeah, I mean, at least he doesn't hurt you there. He should give you 10.
Oh, true, yeah. Uvalde, 13. The Bubba, the Bloom board, bump is for real with Uvalde.
Yeah. One of my favorite players in Major League Baseball right there.
Oh, yeah.
I'll always go an extra $1 or $2 on Uvalde for that reason. Plus, he was on almost all of my winning teams a year ago for somehow going in round 15. I owe it to him.
It feels like our money is really low for not even hitting the second break yet.
Yeah. It sneaks up fast.
It really does.
Any teams that we want to do? Zito's back in. $8. Wanted to see. Okay, so $2 discount there from the news, right? So he went $10 in the last 4 auctions. News comes out that he got scratched from a game yesterday. Goes for 8. And I mean, it could be precautionary. You could be out there playing in 3 days, and then you got $2 worth of value. So let's look at some of the comments here.
There's been a lot of really good ones tonight. The crowd has been fun to interact with.
So great point about Yelich having 19 games in the outfield. I remember looking that up the last week of the season and thinking that was the most interesting eligibility for the following year, and he didn't get to 20 and he's UT only. That's probably in a snake draft like a 2-round difference. You probably take Yelich, in the 8th instead of the 10th if he has outfield. Got some people like your Chapman by. Yeah, that's a good one. John Wilder talking about Bryce Miller. He.
Woo! Marcy for 17.
Wow. Well, that's someone that had money to spend.
I know. That. I'm sitting here thinking I need my bags, and those weren't the bags I was buying.
No. But agreed on Bryce Miller. That's another one. He could be bumped up $1 or $2 with coming out throwing 98 to start in spring training.
Who? Bryce Miller?
Bryce Miller.
He came out throwing 98.
Yeah. So, interesting to see after he was so cheap earlier in draft season. Alfred Perez says this draft is aggressive compared to the others, maybe because it's the last one. Yeah,
Alfred, yep. I agree. It's been aggressive. Agreed.
I think kind of the middle rounds have been.
The early part was a little soft. Not soft, but cold.
Yeah. Adele goes for 12. We're really seeing, and that's a good price on Adele, but we're seeing a few that have gone for $3 or $4 over, which could end up with some bargains at the end. Do you want to scroll down to the pitching? I haven't looked at that in a while.
Is that good enough? I can check the.
Yeah, it's good. I got all of it.
Are you sure?
So interesting. No one has more than 5. We've got one team with just Kirby and Rasmussen. So see if they can get a closer, but they're kind of that team going a lot heavier on the hitting. And there's a Brian Wu and Mackenzie Gore team. So, but it is interesting. You can pull that off. You can have 2 or 3 starters at this point in the draft, or just 2 pitchers in general. Get a couple of mid-range pitcher buys and then put $1, $2, $3 pitchers together at the end. Always interesting to think about when are you okay with having all $1 bids. How many of those do you want to do? Do you limit yourself to 1 or 2 of those? Do you try to keep $2 bids on certain players? But oftentimes you can tell yourself that and say, all right, I've got, $12 for 7 players, and I'm mostly going to be able to go 2 on all of these. But then you see, somebody out there for 6 that doesn't make sense, and you get trigger happy, and all of a sudden you're in dollar days. So it's such an interesting part of the draft towards the end, and what the strategy is to spend your money, but also not be in dollar days too early. And True. That's just what it's experience in auctions that you need. You need to do 10 of these drafts to really feel comfortable with that stretch run in an auction draft.
Don't you think knowing the player pool is critical there too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Knowing when you can wait and hold them and fold them type of deal.
Yeah. And that's why I always try to do some cheap early drafts. I don't want to just jump into a 400 DC and New Year's. I'll do some best ball drafts. I'll do some 50s type things because I'd rather my screw ups happen there and then work my way into DCs and 400s and before main event season.
So Nola is famous within the Bubba and Bloom community because for years he was that really solid 200, strikeout guy and was solid. But then last year was kind of the first year it unraveled, and he's tricky for me to figure out what to do with because you can see him having a bounce back, but if the velocity continues to stay low, it's scary. So I just don't know what to think. Bob, you got any takes with Nola this year?
I just remember picking Nola up in 2 leagues on waivers last August and cutting him shortly after that. That has just stuck with me all throughout draft season. And I know every year is different and that he was hurt a year ago, but I don't know. So I saw the name and said, this guy shouldn't be on waivers. I'll stash him for a couple weeks. And then he came back and blew up my ratios. So I don't know. That's probably some bias I have against Aaron Nola.
Well, it's tricky. I mean, his velocity is going to be critical in spring, obviously. So I'm not saying anything revolutionary there, but it's true.
Right. Imanaga for 11. And he started to go for more recently. Yeah. Same kind of thing is showed up with his arm looking good. And I feel like there was just people reading between the lines with the, not offering the QO or what was it, a declined option. Then he ended up coming back to Chicago anyways. And, with Bieber and Woodruff, you say, why did they accept these different offers? Does it mean they're hurt? And with those, it apparently did mean that. I feel like there were similar conversations about Imanaga, and you were able to get some good prices, back in January.
Agreed. There was a lot of good prices with him.
Yeah.
I got him at 170 in one league, and I was just as scared as I was excited, just because the home run allowed, and but his career whip is so good. I kind of lean on that. It's a little bit of an old school take, but yeah, career whip of 1.01.
We don't talk about whip enough, just in general. Like there's 10 categories that are equally important.
Mm-hmm.
Doyle at 9. That's an awesome buy. I know that he's a little banged up right now, but I'm feeling a bounce back season there. He'll play. He's in a great ballpark and had a lot going on a year ago.
He did.
On and off the field.
We've seen the floor. The floor is still roto acceptable in a 15-teamer.
Yep. Dirty Bird says, Nola helped me win an auction championship league in Las Vegas years ago. I think I gave all the money back drafting him every year since. What a great line. Yeah, I mean,
it's like his starts. He has 5 elite innings and then shits the bed in the 6th.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, there's some Dalen Lyle fever out here. $11. That's probably his max in the Bubba and the Bloom universe. Whoa, it's actually not. He went for 23 in one league.
That had to be
a money dump.
Yeah. I don't have anyone left to spend it on.
I did that with Burrows for $6, and I felt sick because I wanted to get him for 2 or 3, and I just mistimed it. A
little less damaging than 23 on Dalen Lyle, but yeah, no, that's on the higher end. All right, I gotta sift through some staffs here and see what I like.
There's still a lot of meat on the bone for SPs still, so
Yeah.
I've only got two guys, and Skeens is going to have to do the work of about 4.
Well, and that helps, right? I mean, you can wait on SP3 and 4 for that reason. Yeah, this, Sale, Palencia, Jansen, Wheeler, Gaussman, I really like that. I think that's just like, efficient use of right in the middle there.
In the middle there.
Yeah. Yep. 27, 43, 54.
Oh, yeah. Every one of those is a value. I mean, he probably paid full retail for Sale, but that's fine because
$80 on those 5. Like, sign me up.
Yep. He did a good job there.
And then just added Baz for $8 on the same team there. So, Buth.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's a good player.
Yep, really like that. I already mentioned the school build like that. Obviously, like, what Zito did can't trash it. It's but the money was spent. I mean, can I add all that up on the fly? I got to zoom in, maximize my screen here. 20, 50, 89, 99. Yeah. So about 130. So, I mean, Zito's going to go 50-50 on at least on pitching, hitting. So, I mean.
Jeez, have you ever even seen that? I don't think I have.
No, I don't think I've seen beyond 50-50. So.
That's like the opposite of a Labadini.
I'll be hitting Richard up in the DMs later to talk about this. See him at the Nerf draft next week.
I was about to say you guys will have to go to Fenway or something.
Yeah.
If folks didn't know, Bob is a huge Boston guy, and we talk about the town through texting from time to time. It's a good time.
Yeah.
Or Goodwill Hunting, as it was today, earlier this
That's true.
afternoon.
I try to send Lucas the most Boston videos humanly possible.
That grocery store with the sawdust on the ground was very New England. People
using their spot savers in Southie and fighting each other in the street over parking spots. And, thankfully, I lived there for a long time, but I do not anymore, thankfully, in the suburbs now, and not having fights with people over parking spots. Albies for 6.
7. He went for 7.
Yeah.
That's a fine. I mean, it's not.
No, that's good.
Fun, but it's fine. That's like Matt Chapman. It's not fun, but it's fine.
Yep.
Team 7 has 3 closers already.
Yeah, but you know what? At a pretty good cost.
At a good price. Yeah.
$36 for Bednar, Estevez, and Uribe. Like we talked about Estevez being a few dollars discount. Bednar was full price, but I don't know, Uribe at 7 could be great. Yeah, and I've built a couple of teams where I've had Uribe as my third reliever. And it's really just I mean, if you think about it, you got Skubal and McLean and Snell. Your ratios should be excellent.
Yes.
Yeah,
and he can choose to do his 2 starts as the season wears on and remove one of those closers. Although that kind of could hurt his ratios bad, but probably not too bad because there's only so much left in the year if he makes that change.
Yeah, you could still get, you've got plenty of innings at the top from Skubal. Your Ks should be strong even if you're going 6 starters, 3 relievers. So DuPont took me to Bleacher Bar at Fenway. Pretty cool place. Yeah, that's what a character that guy is. We could do an hour on Jason DuPont. I'm actually going to be sitting with him for a game or 2 this year, so I will have to make sure we go to Bleacher Bar together. It's too funny.
Oh, whoops. I let it auto. Well, that backfired. I had him in my back pocket, and it didn't work. Okamoto. But I already got Chapman, so I guess no big deal.
I didn't see what he went for.
He's at 7 now, which is higher than I was thinking. If I could slip him in for $4 or $5 later on, but for Chapman for 8, I'm happy with.
Yeah.
So that's the crazy thing, Bob. There's so much going on. You kind of have to look back at your roster and say, okay, I got this, or because you're trying to keep. To me, it's a KISS mentality. Keep it simple, stupid.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm floored that you hosted this thing by yourself a year ago. I could not have.
It's been more fun this year. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed our. This is like when we do our phone call, but it's just taking a lot longer, and that's a good thing.
It's that's a lot of responsibility, paying attention to not just what your team looks like, but who's still available, queuing guys up, and trying to analyze other teams.
I thought I had Bivey at 6, and Comprod just dusted me out here.
Yeah.
Which I put in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, 7. That's a good price. Trevor
6
Rogers
would have been
9.
phenomenal. Yeah.
Like that. I mean, he looks great again in the spring. Just otherworldly second half, and still, people kept expectations in check just because of what he had been before that and some of the injuries. But I don't know. To me, he's at a totally fair price right now. And I mean, Baltimore sent a lot out. There's Abreu for 9. So it's similar to what Hader went for. But Baltimore sent a lot out to get Rodgers back. And I questioned it at the time because they were in their contention window and Rodgers wasn't a part of that. But, you know that they're going to give him the innings to really kind of make that trade worth it.
It was a win-win deal. Simply put, nothing more, nothing less.
Abreu for 10.
How does that hit you as a Boston guy?
I mean, it's on the high end, but at the same time, they're going to let him face lefties this year. And if you said one guy is going to hit 30 home runs on Boston because they really don't have many power hitters, I would probably pick Abreu. So, of course, if he does hit 30 homers, he's going to be worth $10. But I just think it's interesting that they didn't keep Rob Refsnyder around. They don't have that kind of like lefty masher. So Abreu's going to get those at bats, and is interested really in any storyline in Boston as to what he can do facing lefties and playing pretty much full time.
I like that. So you feel pretty good about him getting those at bats?
Yeah, they've said it. Cora's said it.
True. I just don't, you know what I mean, until it happens.
Yeah.
Who would be in that Refsnyder role?
Potentially Christian Campbell.
I was wondering if you're going to say him. I'm like, that's a little early to do that, but they are a first division team.
Well, Romy Gonzalez is banged up, so they're 2 lefty mashers from a year ago. One's gone and one's injured.
True.
So I think that's where they're really, as a team, most vulnerable is like against left-handers. If they, the guys they brought in are fine. Caleb Durbin, Wilson Contreras, like they'll be fine. The best 5 hitters all should be, but Refsnyder and Romy were phenomenal against left-handers a year ago, like 130, 140 WRC plus type of numbers when they face lefties. So, we'll see.
We were talking about stabs to take in the end game. In my OLAC, I grabbed up Christian Campbell, and listen, he could be in the Woo Sox for all we know, but it's worth a chance,
Yeah. The DC price has been crazy, and I'm surprised by it. He hasn't bumped at all. Butler for 8.
I think it's just depth chart and glove.
Yeah,
that's all it is. But yes, it is an opportunity to score.
By
the way, Torres for $4 was on my spreadsheet as a potential plan type of deal.
Yep, that makes sense.
I had $4 set aside for him, but with my bag situation, I'm like, that's the only downside of Torres for 4 is the steals.
He does not have any hype anymore, and he's still a pretty good player.
Yep, and in on-base percentage, he's borderline a top 10 guy for second base.
I like what Perez has done here, like Pages and Butler.
Yes, good.
Pages maybe $1 more but like that's what you should go for if you have money. I think that's a good buy. Butler, they're slow playing him, but he shouldn't be out too long, if at all. I think that could be a really good outcome for $8. And there's that Herrera for 7.
Do you want to give your Pages take that you shared with me?
I think my take was just that when I looked at his stats at the end of the year, you go back and forth, and I try to take 5-10 players and say, where do you think this guy's going to go in drafts next year? And I thought that Pages would go round 5, round
5th
6.
round. Yep, you told me 5th round.
Yeah, and I mean, he had average, he had power, and he had steals, and he has the defense to stay on the field. And I think that what happened in the playoffs, where you know, I mean, he was hitting like under 100 in the playoffs, right? I think that people kind of remember that as their lasting, you know, Pages image from last season, where it's like you look at his regular season stats and they were really good. And he contributes in all categories. So I just was, I get it. Like playoff things will kind of stick with people. It's probably why like Trey Savage was going so high at the beginning of the off season, but I don't know. I think that that'll be that $11 buy is a good one. Should pull him up. I still got Abreu's page up. 22 homers in 115 games. That's what I was looking up. And by 115, that's not all starts because he oftentimes came off the bench when Ref Snyder would start. So he was more of like 100 games started type of player. Check Pages.
I love Pages. He's very safe. He's
so like 272, and I know we're just looking at surface stats.
Sure.
But 272, 27, 86, 14 steals. I don't know. If you get that output in round 9 or for $11 in an auction, you're going to be really happy with it. The average will probably regress back a little bit, but played 156 games.
There was a late second little Papa Bloom stab for an extra $1 on Tovar to keep it alive. He's going to score him for $6, which would be a
it's good.
Really good price. Really good price. Yep. I had him on my list, but again, the lack of bags is kind of limiting me. So this is the downside of Seager.
So it's a little yeah, that's a good point. Tovar is a little bit of a post hype, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that is the downside of Seager. Is it, do your 2 highest hitter buys need to have strong steals to grab him there? Otherwise, you got to pivot to the outfield. You mentioned
I got
Marcy.
Chapman.
Yeah, you mentioned Marcy earlier. That's somebody that can contribute there.
I'm throwing a little bit of chum in the water here with Cags. I nominated him.
That's a good one. It's a little helium there.
Hoping the balloon will take it off to a big price. $9. That's higher than I thought he'd go. But if you want him, I mean, that's not bad. My biggest concern of him is defensively. I don't know where he's going to fit in.
Yeah.
Because he's not an outfielder necessarily. I mean, he could have learned the job on the fly, but it's tough to do and hit. Just ask Cam Smith.
Yeah, he's bumped up. Jack's Cags is bumped up a little bit in the last
It's elite upside. This is a guy that Ryan Venancio earlier this week referred to as the white Yordan, so he's got some upside. That was a good line.
That's a great line.
I saw him say white Yordan, and I popped into the chat, and I'm like, what is he talking about? And then I saw it said Cags, and I'm like, okay, I don't hate it, but I need to see a little bit more.
In April, May, like before they were called up, I don't think that Nick Kurtz and Cags were like thought of that much differently. That either one of them could have popped. So, it's not to say he's going to reach that level, but, same kind of prospect pedigree and hasn't been that long. All right, we need to stop hyping up Andy Pages, we've been told. So,
I had a $10 bid on Quan, which felt like more than I should have done. But then Perry just picked him back up for 11. So I'm not mad about that because now I have more budget to play with. But I was willing to go over his AAV to score him because I needed the bags and the average wouldn't hurt, as you've taught me. So, yeah, this is fun, man. This is like we're all kind of filling our needs, and then we're arguing over different players. And
yeah, and that's the thing. Like now, it's hard to be critical about any prices that are like $1 or $2 over, because you're not looking at all 15 teams and seeing what their needs are. True. You know, these folks are all tracking where they're at in steals just like you are, and saves, and you know, you think you need something and another team needs it twice as bad as you do and goes $2 or $3 over. So
that's a good point.
Did you see the comment that we need to shut up about Pajes?
No, I did not.
It's fair. I still have drafts to do, so I should have just been vague in that answer.
Varsho, he's a elite power kind of bat, you know, as far as the power, the contact, quality of contact. I like him this year, man.
So, is there an overall component to these?
There is. In the first overall team wins a trip to first pitch Arizona fully covered for the admission price, not the hotel, but that's about a $400 kind of value, you know.
So I was gonna say the like if it came down to it, if you just embraced not having steals,
I think it'd be tough to win the overall.
That just means you don't get a free trip to Arizona, but you still could win your league.
True. If you went with that beefy category build of no steals.
Right.
And you'd be punting average too. Well, maybe.
You could find a way around that. Seager helps. I think Aaron Judge helps. From what
I didn't know you were talking about my team.
I'm talking about yours. Like if you just said, all right, I keep getting boxed out of steals all over the place, like, you know.
We got a Sal Stewart for $1. Oh, wow. He just flew up to $7.
Yeah, that's not happening.
This room is hot for Sal Stewart. The Bubba and the Bloomers, they love him. And I get it, man. He'll play. I'm not worried about that anymore. Initially I was, but I think the improvements he's made over his body are going to translate to helping him field the position.
Yeah.
I was a little worried about that, but then once I've heard the reports that he's really, slimmed up, that makes me feel better. That being said, at 9, there's pressure on him to hit, but it's a good bet. I like it.
Yeah, he's got a vote of confidence from Francona too that he's going to play.
I think when an old school guy like Francona sees the not only the ability but the work ethic he put in to improve his body, I think that's going to sell him and endear him to the old school Francona.
Yeah, and he's, you know, Suarez at 7, Ranger Suarez. I don't mind it, and I haven't been able to get any shares of him. Just kind of feels like he sits in that range and might end up
Ranger.
Yeah, just do what he always does, which is throw 150 to 160 innings in a low 3 ERA, and
kind of like a poor man's kind of Framber in a way.
Yeah, well, and I mean, if you look at free agency, I don't know if it is literally a poor man's Framber, because
true, that's a good point. The real teams are telling us what to think here.
But Suarez getting 5 years and 130 or whatever it was, like that's a strong contract he got.
I was blown away, bro. I was like, because I figured, 3 for 75 or 4 for 90, 4 for 100. He got like what, 5 for 130?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I mean, they went all in on pitching when they lost out on Bregman, and of course traded Devers as well. Sorry, I'm not going to get started on my Red Sox rants, I promise.
Oh no, I think the people here are going to like it because you're a subject matter expert. When do you begin to look and see what guys have relative to their budget, relative to their position? You see what I'm saying?
Like looking at other teams?
Yeah. Just like, oh, this guy can do this or this guy can do that. Or
I just try to stay in the middle in terms of like how much budget I have. And if I see that I'm on the lower end or the higher end, I just kind of like adjust accordingly. I really don't look at what everyone else has until I'm in the, who can go 2 on this guy. I've got, there's 3 teams that need catchers. I want this catcher for $2. I'm going to throw him out at 2 because no one else can go 3, like something along those lines.
Jeez, Miguel only going for $2. Now he's at 3. The thing that I've kind of done is I've already got 2 closers, so I feel like I don't need to deal with this.
Yeah.
Which maybe I should stab in that third if I can get a bargain, but I don't know.
I mean,
the thing is that
more pressing needs, right? You need 4 outfielders.
The thing is that I may consider going after that because Merrill Kelly is no longer necessarily on my board. It's
true.
One of our legends. Nobody chooses
with the multiple Merrill Kelly shares that we have. You probably can't add more at a cheaper cost.
Merrill Kelly is a guy that nobody chooses to become a fan of. It just happens.
Yeah.
You just look at the statistics and you realize how elite the whip is, and he's on a good team. And I mean, past 4 years, his whip 111, 115, 119, 114. You're getting this guy at pick 230, 240, 250.
Yeah.
It's not sexy, but it's value,
I know. And that was what was tough to see the injury news, because I felt like I was getting a bargain for the last 2 months. And now he's cheaper than ever.
Damn it! I tried to do a sneak move and throw a win out there for $2, and I got, he would have went for 4 anyways, so no worries. He may miss the IL. He may just play, Kelly.
Yeah.
So we need that.
Yeah, no, I mean, you see in the comments, he is older, and I mean, he's 37. And he's had some big innings pitch seasons, like 200 in 2022, 178, 184 a year ago. So some of these pitchers can still hold up into their late 30s, and he has thrown between 175 and 200 innings in 3 of the last 4 years.
There's still a lot of meat on the bone as far as different positions and different categories and stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for Chris Sale in the comments. Yeah, we really enjoyed Vaughn Grissom. Traded him for a low-level prospect this offseason. Just fascinating how poorly that worked out.
Chandler Simpson's going to go for $1 to Mr. Zito. Nobody has the guts or the nuts to. Oh, I had to quote Clint Hurdle. He did a big.
I saw that.
Yeah, you saw that.
Yeah. Saw that on Twitter somewhere.
So.
Yeah, I mean, and that's even at 4, like compared to some of the costs that we'd seen earlier in draft season, like that's worth a shot, especially if you're in an auction build and you're lacking and on steals. Like, I totally get that. I just saw some prices and more so snake drafts that I just wanted nothing to do with. Round 10, round 11.
How dare you, Papa Bloom?
What happened?
He just Jump me up for $1 on the bus driver, Otto Lopez.
Is that his nickname?
Yeah, because he's Otto, the bus driver, Otto Lopez.
Ah.
Bubba and the Balloon, they have countless nicknames, such as the Good Doctor for Calvin Fauché, and for Gavin Sheets, Clean the Sheets. There's countless of them, man.
But I got to get in on this.
Yeah, there's really good
ones. I
apologize. Wow, Westberg for $1. I wonder if that was a timeout. No offense if it wasn't.
I see it.
I see it too. In a Fab League, it's worth a try. We both scooped him up in DCs after, into the reserves.
I took him in round 25 of a DC. So, I mean, that's about what $1 would be in an auction. If he's back in May, it's going to be well worth $1. If it's not, you're okay moving on from that because you didn't spend on him.
Burrows for $3 could be a monster value. Even at $4, I like it. I mean, heck, I paid $6 for him, but it was an accident.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Burrows this year.
Me too.
Now, when is the next break after this round?
It is.
Right.
Wow, I just got outbid for Frelick. I was at 5, and he's going for 6. I'm worried about him because if you look at his projections, they're horrible for his batting average.
Yeah.
But if he does 85% of what he did last year, you're happy. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like what wins, the projection or what he just did.
Yeah.
Probably the projection, but at $5-6, it's fine, especially in a 15-teamer.
Yeah, he's certain builds, it makes sense.
Kind of just a pluggable guy, kind of like we talked about with Chapman, but he's even cheaper.
Similar to what Quan does.
Quan, yeah, I had 10 for Quan, and he went for 11. And that's a good call on him and Quan. I view them similarly as long as I see I need to see one more year from Frelick doing what he did.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
And then he's in the $10 range.
Yes, and then he's in the $10 range. And that's a thin margin on some of these profiles. I mean, we see it. Look at ADP from 2-3 years ago. It changes quickly.
Yeah.
By the way, there's still a legendary lefty power bat from Detroit still in the auction portion here. Mr. Kerry Bonds.
Kind of your boy, depending.
It's funny. I never expected a Carpenter guy, but it happened.
Yeah. Carter Jensen, $5.
That's a good, solid deal. I think people are going to look at that and be jealous.
Yep. I don't know. I've heard kind of some people say the catching falls off after that, like round 11, 12, but I just feel like the position in general is deeper than I can remember. Like if Jensen's your 18th to 20th best catcher, like that's a way deeper position than it's been that I can ever remember, honestly.
Yeah.
The Gabby Morenos of the world that, still contribute plenty and are, past that catcher 1 range. Oh, there's Bogarts. All right. So
I didn't want to have to pay that much, but
you had your MI open.
Had the MI open,
It's going to help you with steals.
Yep.
And there's only so many of those left. So that's an example of just going an extra $1 or $2 for team need.
Yeah. In the shortstop thing, now I'm done with it. I mean, I can go and get a Colt Emerson in the reserves, or I can grab a McGonigal as a stab or whatever, but it's like I don't need to do anything. I can just have these 2 shortstops and be done.
Yeah. The 2 of them should add up to $23 worth of value, and they complement each other pretty well.
Papa Bloom keeps doing this. This is not acceptable. He got me on Java Joe Musgrove.
Yeah. He's on the list. I'm interested to see. Got a couple of shares. Don't want to overinvest, but
true. That's a good reminder because I'm pretty loading up.
Yeah.
Welp. My other plan was a $4 Simeon, and that did not happen either. I was a $4 Simeon and a $4 Torres just to get the oatmeal for cheap.
Yep.
And it's not going to work. There's still some stuff to play with down here, but I'm not loving it. Yeah, there's still some. Yeah, this isn't great. Yeah,
Jimenez. Money. You know, you're on the higher end of what you can spend. So if there are 2 or 3 that you're targeting, you know,
Jimenez
you'll have to go an extra $1 or $2. Sorry.
No, Jimenez is a guy that you look at and the projections like him, but he's stunk for a while now, so it's tricky.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
All right, we got a little break. Gonna need I need 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll filibuster.
All right.
Yeah, so right now I'm kind of just filling in my plan right now, and got my catchers with William Contreras and Will Smith, 21 and 14. Pretty okay with those prices. I don't think they're screaming bargains, but I think they're fine. And $20 Harper, I really like that. Got a 14 Seager, which to me, I like it. I know he's not for everybody. Chapman at 8 is just boring, but fine. And then Bogarts, I think I overpaid a hair. Judge at 47, kind of a retail sticker price. And then I went with the Skeens for 38, 14 for Fairbanks, 14 for Hoff, a $10 Glass now, and a $9 Ray. So I get that the secondary pitching side is probably light compared to some people's, you know, hopes and dreams and all that good stuff. Kind of coming out of this break, you know, I'm just kind of filling in my plan here and trying to kind of see what I can do. You know, I've got $43 left. I mean, Ireland has 43, Bloomfield has 35. So there's going to be some arguments and some, you know, fighting over some players, so to speak. You know, there were some concerns with the bags. Everyone knows that. Yes, that is true. Agreed there on Harper. So, yeah, there's been some questions about the outfield targets. I mean, it's skimped out a lot, but like there's still some good stuff down here. It's not sexy, but it's fine. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to fill this puppy out, and yeah, wait till Bob gets back. But that's kind of a quick rundown as far as the mindset and the mentality. Let me adjust my budget real quick over here.
All right, I made it.
Very good.
I can't go 3 hours without using the bathroom. That's madness.
Yeah, I really, really wanted one of those cheap second basemen of Simeon or Torres for $4. To me, that's just pure value. And obviously, you said you can't have it all. That's a way where you can have a really good thing here, and it doesn't cost you a whole lot. So that's pretty self-explanatory, but that's my thoughts.
Yeah, and I mean, now you know you didn't have Semyon, so it's just hindsight. Maybe you would have gone 5 on Torres.
Ooh. Otto Lopez is probably who I wish I would have. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have probably gone 8 on Otto, but maybe I should have. Yeah, Laureano is still marinating out here, and he's been a buzz guy for whatever that's worth.
Little too buzzy.
Yeah, a little bit. I think
there was
fine.
a lot of years that he didn't do anything, and I know that he's kind of made some changes and adjustments to his game, and was he drive line, but going to be a little cautious on the aging guy there. All right, here's a question.
Oh yeah, with Laureano, his volume has been terrible over the years too. But that's baked into the price. I mean, I don't want to hamper on that too hard, but that keeps in my mind, I guess.
Yeah.
Really weak games played.
Dirty Bird asking what you think of Luis Castillo at the price this year. I haven't gotten him. So what? AAV at 10. I'm not opposed to Castillo's price. I just haven't gotten him on any teams. It's kind of for me like if you've gone a little bit risky with your SB2 and your SB3, like he's a good 4th starter to have on those kind of teams.
Yep.
So
I put he's a fine SP4 and good in DCs.
Yeah.
Because like everyone wants to kind of bury him, but like he had a big second half, and he's going to pitch in that park, and like if he's facing the Dodgers, you can sit him. Like he's at the point where you're like actually choosing to sit him now, which he's never been that point except like in 2020 and 2019.
Right. So then that's the thing. Like you got to be confident in the rest of your staff. If your 4th starter is somebody that you're sitting in certain road starts. So like
that's a good point. True. He's a management type of choice in a way.
Part of what I don't love, but it's not. What is round 12? I don't have his ADP in front of me, but I think you can. In certain builds, it makes sense. It just hasn't worked for me yet.
Nope, makes sense.
Holiday for 4.
So I've spent
that feels good to me.
That does.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know what to think, so I just don't do it
because
kind of tough.
I'm going off of him going for 10 plus before the injury. So again, like if we're only discounting Lindor and Carroll $3 to $5, and Holiday's going for half of what he was going for before that, I think that's reasonable.
Yep, that makes and
to at least find out. If you cut a $4 guy, it's not the end of the world.
That's a good call. Does the fact that he's a stash hurt your mindset with him, or no big deal? Quick stash, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, week or two that
you're the stashing king, so we just need to get the take out here. I've seen some benches that Bob has with 6 stashes, 7 stashes. I've seen 7 stash benches from Bob, and he has the upside. You stashed away Bregman when he had the leg issue, and for a 15-teamer when he came back, he was a better upgrade than most waiver stuff. And stashing.
I mean, I'm probably exaggerating with 7 of them, but I'm more apt to do it than you are for sure. But I try not to do it this time of year. Like I'm not going to put 3 injured players on the same team in a fab league in February, because I know that 2 more guys are going to get hurt and someone else is going to get sent down. Like so much can happen between now and opening day, but in season, like if I know, all right, my lineup is set for this week and I've got a couple of spots that I think I can churn, I'd rather stash and find out. Weather holds at 3, Same thing. It's worth seeing, right? Like Holiday at 4, Weatherholt at 3. It's the same kind of wait and see what happens. And if they're not around in April, then you can move on. Not with Holiday, but with Weatherholt.
Yeah, I was about to hit 3, and I just thought about it for a quarter of a second, and he went up. You have to be quick on these things. I mean, it's By the way,
Yeah,
Papa
if you don't
Bloom
get
got
in on
his.
the bid, then sorry.
Oh, Papa Bloom is popping in the chat here. He has a Caleb with 3 exclamation points and an all caps Luis with 3 exclamation points. So he is active. He's ready, and he's having a good time.
Good. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
This is just, making me want to get into one more of these auctions before draft season ends. This Laureano for 6. Like that closer to 6 than some of the 8s. But we'll see bargains now, I'm sure. All right, talk about that one, Lucas. Ramos, $7.
Yeah, I mean it's similar to the Chapman thing. It's not interesting, but it's solid. I mean it's value. So yeah, I think he's going to play every single day, probably hit 2 or 3, and he'll basically chip in a little bit everywhere. It's kind of like a Brian Reynolds type of profile.
Yeah.
But not as high of a ceiling as Reynolds had back in his heyday. So it's nothing exciting, but it's just a decent, solid option.
He's another one that, and I don't have it in front of me, but I feel like he cooled off late in the season. And that Ramos might have been, he could have been like a double-digit money guy this year if he had continued on. Of course, Fangraphs being down right now. I don't know if that's a me problem, but it's really poorly timed.
I think Wells is going to go for a good value. People are kind of stuffed up on their catchers, and he's going for 3 as of now.
Okay.
Yep, that's a good buy. $3.
Yeah, that is good.
What's your thought process with Andrew Abbott? He's one of the higher AAV pitchers marinating out here.
I have a lot of him, and
sure you've liked him, and he was like in the 30s and the 40s rounds wise years ago.
In past years, and then this year I've got him as like my 4th or 5th starter on not a lot of teams, but I probably have 3 shares. I don't know. At some point, I think that you're just like a outpitch your projections type of guy, and he's done it for so many years now that I know that like the Derek Cardys of the world are going to say that 4.5 ERA is coming, and you can't do that forever. But I just think he's like the fact that he's a lefty contributes to that because a lot of them can be more deceptive. And just from what I've watched him, he's just a good pitcher. So it's more of like an eye test type of thing.
Nope, that makes a lot of sense. I view more on the Cardi side, but I'm realizing I'm probably wrong. That being said,
I mean, there could be that year where the other shoe finally drops.
It's hard to spend your hard-earned money on a guy that you're not seeing it with, though. You know what I mean?
Right. You don't want to let other people talk you into something that you don't believe. So
especially when it's not, like a 30th round type of deal. It's a little bit, higher.
Yep.
You got to be kidding me. That backfired on me. Oh, well, I put Cowser out for 4 and Freddie went to 5, which I respect the hustle. I was trying to go for a bargain and I didn't get it.
Yeah, no discount on the Cowser average from a year ago.
Cole, he's going to get some steam if he throws any pitches in a spring game.
Is that a possibility?
I don't know. Yeah,
I've
he's
seen him
still
go for
live
$1 in
BP.
auctions.
Have you really?
Yeah.
He went for 4 here, which is fine. I mean,
but like
it's
in my
probably
head, I'm thinking, do I want to stash a guy until at that time? I thought June,
true. Right.
in a fab league, and like I was saying, I don't really want to do that one player max in February drafts. So,
Soler for $1. Zito's just trying to sneak it past the goalie, which he didn't do. Burks took him. That's like the ultimate. Just nobody's gonna want Soler. Well, somebody did.
So I can't see the top. Where's Zito at for budget and players? Okay, so he needs 11 guys for 15. Burks is kind of in the same. Oh no, Burks needs 5 players for 14. Yeah, this is eye-opening. I haven't seen the top in a while. We're getting close to dollar days.
I know, man. You're a trooper working through this project with me. It's been a lot of fun to have you with me.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun for sure. Thank you for including me in this, and it's great to like not have the stress of drafting and watch an auction at the same time. Trying to look at the different builds and seeing what's happening in the room and not sifting through your lists and worrying about category deficiencies.
Abbott's going for $4. That could be a buy right there. I'm not going to do it, but I respect the hustle.
Fair.
Yeah, I respect it.
That's what I would. I wouldn't go beyond that.
Carson Williams for $1. Never seen that. Is this a first that he's ever been auctioned? It is. Yep, it's the first time for everything.
Yeah.
That being said, I do truly think he has some really nice upside if he were to click in with Carson. His hit tool is a 30 grade.
Okay.
But he has, I believe, a 60 or 65 power, and his running is very good, and his glove is elite. So, like, that being said, if he can't hit, it doesn't matter for fantasy baseball.
Yeah, so, might have been something to pull off in the reserves.
Sure. No, that's
fair.
If you
want him, go get him.
Yep, and I'm sure if he plays DCs, he's probably got some good shares sitting on.
Do you have a Iglesias Suarez take?
Yeah, so actually, it's funny. We were in the Glarf weekend, which we participated in last weekend, and I was sitting there talking to a reliever guy with Mike Carter, and there's the concern over Suarez hovering over Iglesias, and for years, me and you we've had our Iglesias shares, and they've worked out just fine. And with Suarez hovering, it's kind of like you like what you see with Iglesias, but it's kind of like you're looking at a car, but it's got this weird thing with it, and if there's a weird thing, just don't buy it.
Yeah,
there's other stuff out there. So I'm fading Iglesias, even though I like 90% of him, but that 10% with Suarez marinating there is scary.
Yeah,
very scary. I'm too worried to do it.
He fell to the 6-7 turn in one of my leagues a week ago, and I took him. I was comfortable with him there, a lot more than I am in round 5. So.
Suarez for 4, I think, is fine. Pretty good, actually.
Yeah, totally. Because you're gonna play him.
Oh yeah.
Even if he's a middle reliever and that's your third reliever, you're fine with the Ks that you're getting there and the ratios. There's Willie Castro's eligibility, $4. Perfect example.
Yeah, I had him at 4 and he went for 5. Or I had him at 3, sorry.
Yeah. He's interesting because you have to think he's going to play. You know,
yeah.
What's Colorado gonna do instead? So he's got the eligibility. He'll play.
You can sit him on the road if you want to.
Yeah,
it's automatically going to puff up his average.
There you go, Bryce Miller for 6. That's a great call. Whoever mentioned that earlier, like, is someone you want to see how much hype's going to happen there. He was a $2 player in these about 3 weeks ago.
I got him for 3 in my other one that I did, and I'm feeling a little bit better about that, knowing other people are digging into the mix.
Yeah, I got a couple of shares, and I didn't want to overinvest.
Sure.
I could see that elbow blowing up, considering he didn't get it repaired, but like he's out there throwing 98, so we'll see. Even if you get 2 or 3 months out of him, like that's worth it compared to what he was going for a year ago.
What's your thoughts with Casey Mize? I just put him out there.
I think he's fine. I was going to say, I think he should go for $3.
We're at the everyone is fine.
I think he's a fine 6th starter. Maybe 5. I think he should go for $3. He's a decent pitcher that, like a step up from your Brady Singer, Tyone type of guys that like you should get good innings on a good team, and it's fine.
Yep, that's good. I like the fact that
I like that analysis works.
I like the fact that he's on a good team, which again, that's so 1990s of a take, but it's fair. I think they have a good bullpen. I think they have a solid offense. He's going to get to pitch against cupcake teams such as Chicago White Sox, Minnesota, Kansas City is fine, but nothing elite. I mean, it's a decent, sort of a deal. I like him a little bit more in a DC, but when you get into the dregs of the 15-team fab, I mean, you would.
Well, that's why I mentioned him in the Tyone Singer range, because those are guys I target in DCs as like set it and forget it number 6.
Yep, I have a lot of Tyone, and I want to get some Singer because I'm, I had him in Kansas City, but
no one's excited to say I have a lot of Jameson Tyone. Like, that's not a fun topic to bring up.
It'll be fun come,
Yeah, if you win your league and you had him in 80% of the weeks. All right, so you got the money, Lucas. You got to get out there and spend it.
I just blew about $7 on Aranda.
All right.
Which I'm thinking batting average,
That's a start. You could pretty much get whoever you want at this point. 1 or 2 others that can spend with you.
We're going to add a Pop-Tart to the team. Josh Lowe, if I can get him. At 4, I don't love it, but it's fine. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I need steals.
I have him on 2 dynasty teams, and I would love to trade him. No one wants him.
I would trade for him if I could.
All right. Well, you're not in either of those leagues, so it's not going to work.
I mean, I just popped in his projections here. He's got 14 homers, 22 bags, 52 RBIs, 59 runs, 240 average. I mean, that's if you need the bags, that's workable.
Yep.
And I'm going to be quicker to cut him if he gets another oblique. So that's the good thing.
Oh, he will.
Well, we've both lived that firsthand with this guy. I'm kind of glad.
I'm a little bitter on this player.
I'm kind of glad that I got Aranda at the corner, just because now I'm like, the corner gets dried out quick in these 15s, especially in the reserve rounds. Like, now if I want to grab a corner for UT, I can do that. So it's kind of nice.
I definitely a fan of Aranda. I have not been able to get him anywhere.
I've loaded up on him 3 in the last 3 drafts, I think, and I haven't gotten him before that.
Okay. I wonder, is he like the projections aren't really matched up with where he goes type of thing? I feel like
I think people are just thinking that he was standing on his head last year and they don't want to deal with it this year.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I could be off there, but
It's Paredes for 3.
yeah.
Houston's gonna find a spot
Aranda's
for him somewhere.
Aranda's average is not very good in the projection systems.
Yeah. I feel like because I run a lot of my lists off of projections, I don't particularly go by that half the time, but by the time I look at him, he's gone. There's Beatty at 3. I feel like he's in that same group with Paredes, just one injury or a slow April with someone else, and all of a sudden a full-time player that has a lot of skills.
Yep. I'm so glad they got rid of this max bid feature.
I could never figure it out. I wasn't smart enough to get involved in it, so it was only hurting me.
Exactly, and it was hurting other players too that play this game that don't, do it so much that it's.
I'd put a bid in, and it would say the same player still had it, and I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on.
Agreed.
All right, I think I got about 5 to 10 more minutes in me, Lucas. What do you think?
I think that's good, man.
Yeah, we made it to 3 hours. Not bad, except for the brief hiatus that we had there.
I know that was a funny technical glitch. How am I looking, man? I need your honest take here.
Good. I like Cody Ponce at $3. Well, I can only see the hitters, and you got to remind me of what your pitching is. But I think, I $35 on those 2 catchers. Really like it. Like the price on Harper. Harper and Seager are players that I circled going into my auctions. Yeah. Rafael Devers is another one. He went for 18 in this draft. Mookie Betts is another one. Guys that go in that 14 to 20 range that feel like they could be $25 players if something shifts a little bit. There's your boy Brendan Donovan, of course. Bogarts, like I said, you paid $1 or 2 over, but you knew you had to do that to grab some steals, and he's another player I have on a lot of teams. You got Judge, you've got it was Skeens that you had at the top of the rotation. So it's like, again, you can't have everything. So you spent big on a top hitter, big on a top pitcher. Glasnow, Ray, you got the 2 closers. I'm sure you'll work some magic on the $1 and $2 players here. But like I said,
we'll
Harper, Seager, those have been targets of mine. Bogart's been a target of mine. Ramos having a couple teams, not Josh Lowe. And I like the Aranda buy. I just,
I'm really happy I did that because I'm tallying up I can spend $3 on every one of my players.
Yeah.
So if I would have turned up my nose at him and been like, yeah, he doesn't give me steals.
All of a sudden you are spending money just because you don't want to leave with $5.
And with Aranda, I'm not some huge Aranda guy, but I just think he's going to be a solid guy to have in your 15s for batting average and counting. And
he's your corner.
He showed power, I mean, he's not going to blow anyone away, but he's going to he's been a good hitter for years. He never had the opportunity.
Yeah.
So.
No, for sure. So for spending up on a top starter and a top hitter, you put together a really good team here.
And, well, we'll see.
You got 2 closers and you got 2 catchers. So, yeah, you can't have everything, but
that was a big part of my plans. Was I wanted to get big time catchers, and for the closers, I wanted to come out feeling okay.
Yeah.
I think I did that somewhat. the good thing is there's still a bunch of good stuff in here as far as some other items, but it's not kind of any big names left.
Yeah. Dominguez worth $1 just to find out, right? Like if he's on the big league team, then that's going to be worth it in spades there. So.
Yep, there's a lot of like all the meat of the teams are kind of built out so far, it seems like. So that's pretty interesting. Well, feel free to drop off. I know it's late over in your East Coast time, and I'll wrap this up solo and kind of go over everything a little bit. And if anybody wants to hang out, they can.
Absolutely. This was a blast. Thanks for inviting me to this, and good to chat with everybody on here. And I don't know. I think I need to do one more auction before the season's over after.
Yeah.
I got FOMO a little bit.
I think you kind of got to at this point, you know?
Absolutely. All right. Thanks again for having me.
Thanks, Bob.
Talk to you soon.
Appreciate you. Bye.
All right.
Alrighty. That was fun. That was awesome. I'm glad that we had Bob on the stream. If any brave souls are still with me, then awesome. You're a trooper, and I don't deserve you, but this is the fun part. You know, I'm kind of sitting here and I'm looking through to see what guys have, and you know, and in Ireland with a veteran move, he must have known that I wanted Friedel. Yeah, I had that open spot and I wanted him. So yeah, that was a good call there by Ryan. Let's see. So yeah. Got another mascot come up here with Renhefo. I like that throw. Yeah, that was a good little throw there. Now, this is always interesting, debating whether or not you throw your guy out or you wait as long as possible. I have a lot more money than most other teams, so I can kind of do whatever, but it's that order of operations that you're always questioning if it works, and if it doesn't, you're really questioning it. So that's always fun. Andy, I saw your comment there. Donovan is my kryptonite. Well, I got denied on Robert Garcia. Went up to $7 for him, which I thought was a lot, and I got denied. So, alrighty. Okay. Well, we're going to have to bid up a little bit extra to get Miguel Vargas. At 5, it's probably a little bit of an overpay, but he gives me a lot of eligibility as far as the corner, first and third. It's a position I'm not touching again at all. You know, I've got Harper, I've got Chappie, I've got Aranda, and now I've got Miguel. So definitely didn't fill in the bags like I was hoping, but that's a position you can fill in off waivers, as someone had mentioned. Yeah, so that's tricky that I didn't get the bags, but pretty happy overall with Vargas. If I can spell him right, I can throw him in my sheet. And I think the projections are a little they're hotter than I thought. They give him 8 bags too, which is a little more than I thought. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, he had a 16-6 year last year with a 234 average. He's a very fly ball heavy guy, so I mean, I understand why the average is lower. But he's a young guy. It was last year's his first full season, so I view him as a slight upside guy with a floor that you can be happy with too. So it's an interesting little scoop there with Vargas. So now I can only touch outfielders. So I guess I can clear everything out of my queue that was a batting side, non-outfield edition. So that kind of will help simplify my mind up a little bit. Okay. All right. Holy smokes. Yeah, there's still some pitchers that I kind of like in here. I think that seems like where some of my money's going to go. So yeah, looks like second base is a weak spot for me with Donovan and nothing else. Bogart's lost that position eligibility, so that's that is what it is. So yeah, let's see here. I guess I can kind of figure out what my throws are going to be and how much. So I had Mania on my list. I'm okay to go up to 4 on him, even though that's a little higher than he normally goes. But to me, he's a perfect guy in a fab league over a DC because if that health is there, you're going to be happy. If it's not, you replace him. So not rocket science again there. Whoa. That's good to just get your guy there. That's what Ryan did with Cantillo and just emptied out the clip on him and picked up who he wanted. So nothing wrong with that. Alrighty, happy to get Senga. He was definitely high on my list before this draft kind of began, and yeah, I really wanted him. His velocity's been looking good, and yeah, so that was awesome. Mullins again, I'm probably overpaying there a little bit, but Steele's guy that in Tampa is just, I think, an alignment for a good season. I could see him playing against some lefties from time to time, but again, we'll have to wait and see on that. But just a solid kind of filler guy for the bags. Nothing special, but solid. So now I've got $6 for 3 spots, which again probably paid a little bit extra than I needed to do for Josh Lowe and Mullins, but they fit my billing as far as my outfield. I'm going to have to pepper that in reserves to kind of fluff that up. There's some good stuff still out there in my mind. We'll throw Yates out here and see what people are thinking with Mr. Kirby. Oh, I'll take him for 3. So Yeah, I actually think Yates is going to start the year out with the job potentially. I mean, we'll see, but um, he's worked with Mike Maddox before as the pitching coach when he had his big closer year in Texas 2024. As far as his talent and his skill set, he's dropped off a bit, of course, but closing experience is a good thing to have. It's a wide open bullpen because of Stevenson's health issues, as well as Ben Joyce. He's never had the durability. Um, so yeah, I think with Yates, I also value knowing quickly whether or not I can take a hold of him and keep him, or if I can dump him. Um, I usually try to hoard starting pitchers in these types of leagues, but with Yates, I'm going to get instant information, and to me, that's value. So I'm okay to pay a little bit extra. Let's see what his typical price kind of is. Yeah, he's a $2 player. He's went for 3 once before, so I'm high on Yates. I've sought him out in a couple of other spots, and it's not sexy, but I could see him being a saves man this year. Early, man, he was definitely going high, top 200 pick for a long time, and um, that spot just never appeared in the rotation, but it still could. So for a buck, I think that's really good. Yeah, I like the early call, and it's looking solid. So let me kind of refill my pitching coffers here because I'm pretty much deciding: do I want to throw my $2 on an outfielder, or do I want to throw my $2 on a pitcher? So in game wise, I think I've left a little bit of meat on the bone, but um, I think it's fine. So let's see here. Yeah, I think that my SP4 is a bit soft with Manaya as the SP4. That's a concern. And then Sanga, not exactly a picture of health. So I'll pepper in some good pitching in the reserves and see what we can come up with. So yeah. Once everyone fills up their teams, I'll shut the stream down. But as of right now, let me throw my pitcher out there. See if I get Cavalli for a buck. May or may not. Nope. Oh well. That's the tricky part. You're always sitting here and you're thinking, do I throw my dollar guy out? Do I throw somebody out that I'm okay with and hope somebody else says too? But then if I get him, I'm okay with him. I went for the guy that I wanted the most in Cavalli. It's always tough to figure out how to play that. Yeah, so I'm looking at the pitching stuff now. Most teams are limited to a dollar bid, although Timothy has a good amount left. He's got $10 for 4 slots, so he has the ability to kind of pick and choose who he wants in all those spots. That's a good advantage. But so we'll see if I throw the guy out that Timothy wants, then I won't be able to get him. But yeah, let me fill up my coffers here because now that teams are already full up, these nominations are going to fly. Agreed. My pitchers are a bit weaker than I hoped. If Glasnow goes down quickly, or if my closers really cough up the gig, that's going to be ugly. But I'm going to pepper it hard in the reserves, and I really like some of my kind of single-digit guys like Glasnow, Ray, Mania. The only thing is I should have beefed them up with a guy in front of them. So that's where I could have probably sucked up a few of the single dollar values that I paid a little bit extra for, such as Lowe, Mullins, maybe Aranda, and then I could have picked that up for a one of the mid-teens guys that was good, solid value, like a King or a Pavetta. That would have made some sense. It's all hindsight's 2020, of course. Or Gosman would have been perfect on my build, but I keep loading up in him, so I was a little hesitant to go there. Pepio would have worked out well. I think the mid-tier pitching was a little pricey in this league, for good reason. I mean, everyone knows in this league that pitching is at a premium. So yeah, you can always play that what if, should I have done this game? Should I have done that? It's just one of those things that you have to put your best foot forward, but throw Chad Patrick out there and see what happens. So, all right, well, that one escaped. So now I don't have to worry about pitching. Just spend my $2 on my outfielder and be done. So let's fill in the tracker. So yeah, Benj, I love that call out. I've been trying to grab him up in all the fab leagues I can get. Michael Cicchini and I have been targeting him like absolutely crazy. Okay, time to kind of figure out my next target here for this outfield spot. And I did notice the comment that says I should have put up my pitcher for $2. Agreed. I'm streaming, and I just didn't think it through. So yeah, that's your answer. Let's see. Yeah, it's thinning out a lot, but there's still some interesting items, and the thing is that they're not going to fit my speed need, which is fine. So yeah, I actually don't hate streaming an outfielder. That's a topic that Ryan has talked about on the podcast. It would be nice if one of my players had infield outfield, which Donovan may get, but he's my only second baseman, so that's that's something to think about. So I don't hate streaming in an outfielder or two spot. I just don't want to stream in, 4. So yeah. So, I mean, kind of still seeing some of the guys go for $2 down here, like Canzone, Lawler scooped up $3. McGonigal went for 2. Not feeling as bad about spending 4 on Lowe and 4 on Mullins. It's just sometimes you see a board where they go for 2 or 3 and you're wanting that perfect value, but I think hopefully they'll help me a little bit. And then Cam Smith is just kind of an upside play, and he has a path for playing time if he can hold up in the outfield out there, especially with Jake Myers having injury news today. Overpaying to get my guys burnt me to a crisp. Yeah, that's one of those things where if you have to get the guys in your list, not saying you did that Cardinal, but it can be painful. Then sometimes if you just have more of a agnostic approach, sometimes you wait a little bit too long and you have more money than there's elite players on the board. So I love your pitching staff. I mean, Reagan's Ryan, Sheehan, you got Iglesias, Walker, Schlittler. I mean, you're an upside guy. And then you went with an Early and a Cameron on your bench or on your SP 6 through 8 with Kikuchi. I mean, I think you did well there, and I like that your outfielders all have full-time at bats. So that was good. No, I think you did a solid job. Yenner Diaz for 14 and Teal for 11. I think catcher-wise, I think you've got 1,000 plate appearances of good players there, and Olson for 21 looks like a good value. So yeah, I think you did a great job, especially if Walker can hold that role, which is a concern for me. But it's a fab league, so even if he holds it for a month or two, then you can dig around after that. Give it up for Bob, by the way. He did a great job with me. He's a good friend of mine and love the ability to talk baseball with him. I feel blessed to be able to, kind of go over different topics with him and all that. So I'll sit here for all the rest of the throws. And if anybody has any comments, feel free to throw them out there. Let's see. Yeah, in retrospect, I wish I was a little bit more aggressive, buying maybe one more big player, because I had a lot of money deep into this thing, and there was a lot of guys asking, what are you going to do for outfield? What are you going to do for, outfield? And my pitching depth was a little bit hurt, but I got my two catchers, I got my two closers, I got a couple of big bats. I think the team is fine, but it didn't come away as hopefully as loaded as I thought, but enough to go to war with and see what happens. Yeah, Bob is a really good mind, and he does really a lot of good prospect work as far as Boston Red Sox stuff. So, yep, yeah, this is going to be a tough league in the season. I can tell. A lot of really good, minds in this league, and I think the game theory of going heavy on the pitching side is not easy to interact with, and I definitely had to do some changing around. I didn't expect to get this little on the steals. I definitely didn't think I'd be getting a third closer, but I thought the Yates shot was fine. And I wanted to get a little bit of a better $1 pitcher than Chad Patrick. I had Brady Singer in my mind as well as Tyone, but I chickened out on him last second since like I said, I've got a lot. If Patrick doesn't win a roll, that's going to be painful, man. We'll see. If any Brewers people have any insights on that, let me know. I thought Patrick was lined in, but maybe not. And I love that Harry Ford throw from Zito. Let's see. So yeah, let's see what Zito cooked up. So he got his Harry Ford. I like that. Oof. He's got two catchers on the same team, and it's one of the worst teams in the baseball. That's not great. Maybe he knows something we don't about Wilson Contreras getting catcher eligibility. Just kidding. Obviously Zito went in, balls to the wall with Crochet, Yamamoto, DeGrom, Mason Miller, Hader at 10. I mean, it could work with Hader. I don't love that one, but I like the rest of it. Imai, I thought 7 is fine. It's a good solid stab there. And Sasaki for 2. I'm not a Sasaki guy, but it'd be foolish not to say his upside. So let's see what else. All right. Let's see. Okay, time to make a decision here. I need to load up my queue, and then I'll mention what Zito did. Okay, I guess we may go that route after all, folks. We'll see. Oh, what's his face? Filling in the queue here before I start ranting again. I wanted to see what Zito's thing ended. Obviously his pitching staff was awesome, and it seems like Zito's an upside kind of guy. That's why he went for not Senga, Sasaki, and he had went for Painter, I believe, which is a great stab even in an OC. I think it has a lot of upside. Let's see here. I'm supposed to be adding into my queue, so let me focus on that for a quarter of a second. Yeah. I was going to take Tyone, but I want to grab Will Warren because I think that there's some potential there. Yeah, and these reserve rounds, there's a lot of good pitching out there still. So I kind of wanted to lean into that. Like I mentioned in the chat, my pitching was a little bit weaker than I thought or wanted it to be. So, yeah. Let me see if there's any comments we missed since I was in here. Yeah, I'm high on Harper this year, obviously. I don't understand why he's going in the 5th round of some leagues, so I'll take it if I can get it. Yeah, I think Ray is old news. Like, people have had it and they're like, whatever, I don't want it anymore. And last year was his first year back from Tommy John, so I'm hoping that he gets a little bit more rhythm under his belt and is able to just be solid in that big ballpark. Sit him at Dodger Stadium probably. I would. I don't think under any circumstances it would make sense to use him at LA. I'd probably take a middle reliever over him, for crying out loud. Hope you get a save. Yeah, I do agree. 9 was a little too much on Xander, but if I didn't spend that, then I would have probably left some money on the table. So I'll take Xander over money on the table, even for about $2, probably more than he should have gone. I love the Steer call. I think he's going to get his at bats, and he's one that John Wilder and I have talked about a little bit, and it was promising to hear Saris say that he thinks he's going to get his at bats and just be fine. Yeah, Weatherhold at 3 was potentially could be amazing. I could see him going for, I don't want to say double digits in Las Vegas, but you could see some helium. So I'm just trying to run through all this in case I missed anything. Yeah, I like Ohapi's barrels. Ohapi and Wells, I think, are 2 C2s where I think you can get 25 home runs if things click in for both. So I really like those as like your cheap options. The only thing is they're going to kill your average, but everyone knows that going into the deal. Shaw going in the reserves is interesting. Let's see where he's been going in the Bubba and the Bloom stuff. He has gone for $1 in one league, 3 in another, 2 and 2 in another. So he's kind of gone in about half and not gone in the other half. So if he gets the outfield eligibility, he's an injury away from being like a top 150, 175 pick. So yeah, I think it's worth a chance here, obviously. Let me fill in my pitching queue here. I guess one of the good things about being on this turn is that I can fill in my queue and kind of take a breath for a second. Although being in the middle is nice because you can catch a value if it falls. So there's pros and cons to both, I suppose. It's dried up, to say the least. Whew. We have it locked. Ohapi, Wells, catchers in the main. Just watch your average. Could be rough. All right. Yeah, Zito with the two $1 catchers on the same team. That was a ballsy strategy, but you know, he can find something else. I mean, a Joe Matt could emerge, or maybe Higashioka or Jansen looks better in the preseason. I mean, you don't want to play Patrick Bailey, but you always can. So that's kind of why I wanted to spend up. There are options. I love that he got Harry Ford. I just don't want to have to deal with it if I don't have to. But I mean, it's fine. I think Fermin is going to play a good amount for San Diego because they are carrying in Campusano as their second catcher, and he is not very good defensively. So Fermin could get all you can eat plate appearances. Again, this is not ideal for Rich, but I really like Ford this year. Hey, Amaya could pop too. Looking through, I mean, there's some stuff here where it's not going to be pretty, but you can squint and see some stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, Scott's Lucas After Dark. There you go. Finnegan, great buy for $1. Yeah, I mean, not too bad. I prefer Vest, but I could see Detroit giving saves to multiple players and having them be valuable. Moniak as an outfielder 5. Yeah, I mean, he's got power for sure. He can absolutely crush the ball. And then Justin Crawford, I'm assuming, is the other guy that he's talking about. Crawford has crazy upside if he can get to bat at the top of the lineup. Not going to say that's an Uncle Ted type of take, but it's not an Uncle Ted take. So we're going to leave that there. No, I think Crawford has ability. That's a loaded lineup. So it's going to be tough. Let me scroll down here so everyone can see it. We got a Veen sighting here in round 25. All right. At least this will give me an opportunity to kind of lock in here a little bit better and see what we're cooking. Yes, Victor Scott is definitely one I had my eye on. He would have made a lot of sense for my team. It's tricky for me to hit those extreme players, but I think he's got a lot of ability to run, and there's no reason they shouldn't give him 500 plus at bats this year just to see what the kid can do. I'm not sure why this person is confused. And the only reason I say this person is because it's like usernames. People are not using the software. Let me enter in my stuff. If you guys have any more comments, just keep throwing them in there so we can have something to discuss real quick. Oh. What was I even updating? Oh, that. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. I was just playing with the Uncle Ted. You got to admit, though, Philly's lineup, top of it, that's tough. So, yeah. My only question is, are we going to clean the sheets? He's marinating out there, but doesn't provide any bags, so it's going to be a tougher fit. So. Yeah, I not to plug or anything, but well, here we are. I'm using our FTN VDP rankings, and they have everything ordered beautifully for me because it's Vlad's rankings, and they even imported over into the reserve rounds, and they also imported into the auction. So basically, all the good stuff. Like I noticed that Aranda and Vargas were out there, and I thought, well, let's go after him. So that's where the VDP rankings from Vlad Sedler, my boss at FD, he helped me out, seeing that who was out there. So that was cool. That's true, Dirty Bird. Huge if. So I don't know if Papa Bloom wants to roll that back. He just autoed Uceta. Yeah, I talked to Vlad. He's happy to work with customers or prospective customers, and me too. I can help too, but he might be your guy. But either one, you can message me on Blue Sky or on the Discord if you have access to the Discord. I'm sure you do. That must be Canton Dog. If it is, let me know. Got some choices here, you know. It was a little bit better of a pitcher coming back to me than I thought. Boring, but there's 4 really boring guys, but I like them. Why not? Let me see if this guy's a switch hitter. Pretty sure he is. Yes. All right, we're going to take Isaac Collins. So Clay Holmes, just the filler guy that's on a good team. Same with Warren. I like just like both New York teams that can get some wins, and Isaac Collins, maybe a 10-10 guy with a 260 average. That's probably more of an American League only guy, but with my average being weak, or my outfield being weak, I wanted to throw him in there. You know, I was talking with a guy at Glarf named Dave Swan. He's a brilliant guy. If you know him, he was talking about like Shane Smith this year, who's Michael Shakini's boy. And I love him too. Got a monster elite fastball, but he was saying if, you're going to put him down for 8 wins, which projection systems are, not only do his ratios have to be plus, but he needs to get that strikeout per inning. So he told me that's kind of why he had targeted Ryan Weathers in his league as well as Will Warren. So that was interesting. It was like we have all this analytics and data and deep information, and it's like I just want Yankees and Dodgers and Astros, and it's like there could be something to that. I mean, I think it's not that simple, but I don't know. It's something I'm looking into, and I just kind of tried it there. But obviously, skills are king. So, Holmes didn't have the greatest of skills last year, but it was his first year as a full-time starter. He built himself up to 165 innings. Again, he's on a really good team. He keeps the ball on the ground well over 55% of the time. So I get to see some benefits with Clay Holmes if they can get him a little bit more of a swing and miss pitch, because he doesn't have swing and miss as is, but it's a guy with maybe a little bit of upside, and he can be usable against teams in the National League East, and ERA wise should be solid. So nothing interesting, but fine. Yeah, I don't mind the JV call there. He's actually my most owned player so far, just because he was round 35, and I saw an announcement that said he didn't want to retire. And I think a lot of the times these kind of legendary players, they want a big tour. So Kyle Seager burned me years ago as far as a guy that retired. That killed me. I got him in 19th round in a league, retired in like Christmas that year. Usually they don't retire. I mean, Lance Lynn got me last year. I think most of the time these dudes just want to play until their body's telling them they can or the team's telling them they can't. So, yeah. I'm excited to see JV back in Detroit. I've got some Detroit friends in the Glarf League, and, Bubba and the Balloon members. Marty Tallman, great guy, and Govier is a big Detroit guy, Aaron Cummings, and I'm cheering for them. And Cicchini, obviously, I want him to have some good stuff to cheer for. So yeah, Marsh was my alternative to Collins. I think Marsh is a good, awesome stab this year. Last year, Marsh lit it up after April. Let's kind of check the splits real quick. I hate to do this. If you take out this start or you look from this point to that point, it looks good, but we're going to do it because it'll help my point. Yeah, Marsh had an IL stint and was put on the IL April 16th, came back May 3rd. Since he returned, he had a 130 WRC plus. He had a 303, 358, 478 triple slash, and he has like the 15-15 skill set, and you can get him for dirt cheap. And he's just turned 28 this winter. So, I think there's a little bit of juice left, and the floor is already all right. So I love those players where they have a floor, but there's potential for more. So I like the Marsh call. Interesting choice with Jared Jones. He's one of my favorite pitchers, but with him on the 60-day, I don't know about that. But we'll see. How does one sleep after doing something this fun? I have to work tomorrow. We're putting in a new network system at my company. I work in the IT department, and I never work Saturdays hardly, but tomorrow I will be. I have to be there at 9, so I'm gonna have to go to sleep. But yeah, I always have a lot of adrenaline after these suckers are done. These reserve rounds are wild. You've got a Thomas White, an Owen Casey, and then a Mike Yaz and a Mike Soroka. So it's like, are we in a DC? Are we in a OC? Are we in a Fab? Like, everyone's just doing their own thing and nothing wrong with it. And I'm hoping that this dude falls to me that I was thinking about in the first round. That probably just jinxed me. Well, that's pointless. I can't use a corner. Yeah, I love Yaz. I selected him in my Glarf League in round 29, just thinking it's oatmeal and he'll be at bats until I can find something better. And maybe he hangs around all year, although I doubt it. But I wonder if, you know, that Antoine Richardson can help Yaz. I know that Harris is a guy he can help. Acuna is going to run no matter what. Albies, I don't know what to think of as far as the running. And Kim, he could, that could be some big bags there for Ha-Seong Kim. A lot of the other guys are kind of statues like Riley and Olson. So it'll be interesting. No clean the sheets. I'm trying to think of my other most elite all-time nicknames for the Bubba and the Bloom. Clean the sheets, the good doctor. I'm blanking now that people can hear me. It's like a stage fright type of deal. Man, what are the other all-timers? The mascot, but that's not really a nickname. All right, let's fire off my pick. Oh, okay, my player is there still, so I'll take them both. Yeah, so my draw's kind of the one that I was kind of hoping for, and filler kind of guy with the bags and a little bit of average. It's pretty light though, so it's not exciting, but it's a multi guy who will cover both infield spots. I could truly see him sticking around for a while if he shows any promise. So yeah. Got 14 steals projection for Collins and an 11 bag projection with Meadroth. So I would over that with Meadroth all day though. But I get that. What did he play? 500 PAs last year and stole like 14. Yeah, 505 PAs, stole 14 bags. On base percentage, if you can get him in that format, I think he looks a little bit better. Yeah, nothing special, but man, his power hit metrics were absolutely trash. 1.6% barrel, 107 max EV. I mean, it's supported in the scouting report. He's got a 30 grade game power. And I mean, this is a guy with a 60 hit tool with only a 45 future value. So he's a weird player, Chase Meadroth, but he's interesting to follow. So Yaz will be a guy that you roster. Yaz will be a roster guy all year. Nothing great, but worth owning. Agreed. Yaz has been one of my go-to players in the DC format. I grabbed him up before he got a contract, and that felt great because I think I got him in the late 30s rounds wise. Again, nothing special, but if you're a DC guy, you know those guys are solid. Looks like Polk Air's on auto. He just picked a guy with an elbow injury and no rotation spot. Rochio is another one that I had on my list if I didn't get Meadroth, but either one of those guys could pop. This is literally the exact range where Geraldo Perdomo was going last year, Jacob Wilson was going. I'm not saying either one of those guys are going to do that, but that's why when you see someone that autos down here, it's like you're giving up some value because you could potentially land on the right name. So yeah. Well, I've went really boring, and I wanted to go with more upside, as I mentioned earlier on the stream. So I'm gonna have to line up some sick upside guys. I've already got one put in there from the get go, and I'm gonna throw in some more. Man, second base is dusted as far as upside though. Oh, Colt Emerson must have gone, and Melton was my other guy for upside. So good stab there. I had an opportunity to select Melton at the Glarf draft, and that made Dave McDonald cuss his head off. So that was awesome. Even if I finished in dead last, as long as I ticked off Dave, I'm happy. And I love Eflin there too, Scott. Unfortunately, he was on my list in DCs when they first opened, but I never got it, which sucked. But I'll take him here, and I have a dynasty league too. So yeah, probably better to have him in a fab league in case his back acts up. And I still didn't forget that you sniped me on TJ Friedel. Yeah, a little bit of lightning in the bottle. Agreed. Same with Nunez. He could sell you 30 bags. I'm not sure if he is a regular in the majors. Don't think he is, but it's worth a try. Agreed, Melton's going to show out. I actually just traded for him in a dynasty league. I traded a 17th overall pick for him, which turned into Cody Ponce. It was a pretty good deal I did with Dylan White. He offered me the trade about a month ago, and he was like, "Thoughts on your 17th pick for Melton?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it." He's like, "Well, I'm going to make sure my guy's there before I do the trade," and me wanting to get the trade, but I'm like, well, fair enough. So I just played along, and it worked out. And he got Ponce, and I got Melton, but then I got bad news today. So what do you know? There's still some tasty stuff out here. And honestly, come first fab, there's gonna be some dough that splashed around with a month still until the season. So right now, I'm just hopefully trying to sit into the right chairs, and once the deck is shuffled and the musical chairs stop, then hopefully I'm on a good name or two. So that's all I'm looking at now. Maybe a little bit of pitching depth at the top with Warren and Holmes, Eflin. I don't think I have any stashes either, which is interesting. Well, I guess Glass now has a stash to some, but not yet. Yeah, I love the Eldridge call too. He's got like 70, 80 grade power and came up to the major leagues before he could drink a beer legally. Can't argue with that. We got Aiden Miller, Chet Williams, Newt Bar. Newt Bar's interesting, man. That's not a bad little stab down here. Or we could go with a long shot. Yeah, we're going to take the long shot for one with Waldschmidt. Now that Scott's in the chat, he's going to get a kick out of that call. And then what are we going to do? Yeah. Is there any pitching that we still like out here? I mean, it's pretty dried up, but... I think I have enough pitchers to go that first weekend. But in case I don't, I'll grab this dude. So that was kind of... I like him better than O'Brien personally, at the price especially. And let's say, they're going to put Eflin as the fifth starter, or Warren, Warren and Holmes are probably close to fifth starters. And Patrick, like now with Swanson, I'm like, I can just use him if I need to. And if I don't, I can cut him easily. So that was the logic there with Swanson. And Waldschmidt, I think, has a good chance of making the team. And hell yeah, Ricky, I want to go one day, but I've got a little baby on the way coming in August. So I'm trying to be financial and be smart, So yeah, we'll shut it down once the last pick hits. And it's been awesome hanging out with everybody. And hopefully this wasn't too boring to listen to me blabber on. And it was a good time. Christian Campbell, I think that's a good solid stab there. Bob and I talked about him. Obviously, Zito got him. Zito's a Boston guy. People were raving over this kid less than, 12 months ago, and now he's kind of forgotten man. So I think it's a good stab, especially because you can change it out rather than a DC. You're locked. Tong, same idea. I mean, if Tong would never have debuted last year, his price would be a bit higher. That said, there's a lot of bodies in front of him, but shoot, we're still a month away, so there could be some bad news, which I hope doesn't happen because I have like 3 Mets starters. So. Thank you, Dirty Bird. Appreciate it, man. And my first, and parents or grandparents, and they're going to be grandparents. So that'll be good. So yeah, they're happy. Thanks, Anthony. Man, we did it all the way to the very end, and we got Mr. Relevant coming here, and it's Luis Morales. So I think with that, I wish everyone a good night, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate all you guys, and it's going to be a fun league. Let's hang out in the Discord, and let's have a great time. All right. Thank you again, Ryan. Appreciate it. See ya.